Yeah. It's been a while since I've said that. Because on the last stream I accidentally began with something else. Hi, welcome. I'm running at a slightly lower frame rate today. Thank you for the headbands. Hi, welcome. Except it already looks like worse frame rate even when it's running at 60, so now it looks like way less than 30 when it's running at 30. I always figure that this happens. It's like, it always looks like half of what it is. It probably looks like 15 right now. God damn, this looks terrible. You know, I'll be right back at 60 FPS. Actually, no, I won't do that because that's gonna make it really difficult too. No, I won't do that because no, that makes it really hard to deal with on when I merge them together for uploading to YouTube. Never mind. I've made a bad decision. Now I have to stick with it. Hello, hi. Why so much cheese? Also, thank you very much for the reset. Totally magical. Hi. I'm really sorry. I had to yap for a second. Waffle. Then why I've started acting like I'm a dog, like all the kids nowadays do. I'm a cat. I don't yap.
Kaseraki.
How's the turtle doing? Also, let me just replay the thing. Mew. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing okay. Totally magical. I would give head pats right now, but I'm a little dimensionally challenged. That is a lot of cheese, although it's all perfectly on top, so it looks like one slice. And welcome in Ericsson and Comcell. Hi, and Jock and Stew. These have been saved. I'll do hydration and posture check. Even though I literally was just up saving the kidneys. I've already had my posture checks, but... Oh my god, I just sprayed myself with this. And my keyboard, amazing. Lots of sticky little dots on the keyboard now. Wonderful. With the neon juice. 33 yes. I'm surprised how acceptably she pronounced that. Thank you very much, Ellen! Thank you! Welcome, Wamlin! I'm posture checking as I speak. You can tell by me being more distant. I'm back. My voice seems a little bit weird today. Yes, I mean, weirder than usual. Liquid King, welcome. Worm indeed. Linted! Hi! Belgian! Hi! Doto! Hi! Omni, welcome. Flat Cat. I misread that as Flat Chest for a second. Welcome in Umi, welcome in Tasca. Welcome in Fizzbuzz. I saw Fizzbuzz earlier. Did I accidentally forget to say hi, Fizzbuzz? I think I did. Hi, Fizzbuzz, welcome. Hi, Birchish. Welcome. You're repairing broken electronics and broken code, right? You can repair the Tomorrowland main stage. Oh, can you repair it? Yeah, I just saw the video. Right before I went live. Man, that's sad, isn't it? Welcome in then. I hope you're doing all right. Hope you're okay. I mean, it's really glad that no one was there at the time. Except maybe, like, some people who are, like, preparing it. But, you know, not like tens or hundreds of thousands of people. Hi, and then hi, Talarian. Welcome. Hype train incoming. Why? I literally just begun. Stop the scam train. I'd understand it if the scam train was triggered by cheese, but it's not. Maybe I should make a cheese train. Should I? No, people don't need any encouragement to throw cheese at me. No. That would just be encouraging bad behavior if I did that. Cheese. Cheese. I mean, when I'm repairing stuff, it's usually not because it's been burned to smithereens. To answer the question. Cheese. Tasca.
Cheese.
As a vent technician, I cried a little bit. Building a stage for 1 to 2 months. Is that how long it takes? Oh my god. God damn. Why? I'm just gonna be cheese from now on. Hello, it's me. I'm a. Sorry. I'm a slice of cheese. It looks like I'm like.
Never mind.
ASCII cheese. I am ASCII cheese, the evil ASCII cheese.
Yeah.
If I get too close, I'm no longer ASCII. What was that? Absolutely nothing. Why? Why have you jailed the cheese? Oh, that's interesting. I can move forward and then the bars become ASCII. Oh, that's cool! Oh my god, you can see them going through the... Oh, that's weird. This is like some weird biblically accurate... Oh, I don't know. I don't even know. So much going on. Yep, I'm sorry. Jailed for being covered in 2 little cheese.
That is not a crime. Ooh, do you see the little dots appear dynamically on that? Okay, I'm back. Oh. Haha, you thought it was cheese. Too bad, it's me. A weird cat. Hello. There's no way you didn't think that it was a weird cat. Or a weird something. Welcome into Sun Mike as well. Hi. Jail because of me. Why? Oh yeah, right, I was made evil. Yeah, true. I kind of forgot that part. Well, I can only stay here looking 2D and not being able to gesture at all for so long, so I'm gonna press the button now. Oh wait, there's nothing on the screen. You're not gonna see what... You're gonna see blackness. Hold on. Okay, now I can press the button. Boop. Weird cat. Hi. Welcome. Look at that thing in the top right. This another stream, another attempt at me positioning the camera in a way where it can see the LCD. Without crazy reflections. It's stupidly difficult. I don't understand it. I need like some sort of ring light and also some way to secure it, but also a ring light that doesn't make reflections of light. God, don't know how that's gonna be possible. These text! We got that working on the last stream, the day before yesterday, I think it was. Monday, yeah, Monday stream. Yeah, and it's like dynamic text as well, not just hard-coded stuff, so yeah. I made a little array here, and then I like printf'd to the string. That is this. And we should show the current exposition. And then we use this new function, LCD draw text, and it works. I haven't tested the fancy characters yet. I don't see why they wouldn't work, but I mean, yeah. The terrible smearing of the display makes it look more smooth. It's not that bad. I mean, yeah. Good evening, dear cat. Hi, Lotus. Welcome. Cat!
27 years of Yook.
Sorry, I just...
I admire one man, I love you.
Millie, man, I love you. Miley. Cat, thank you so much. Hi. Cat. Hi. I want to wave, but I don't have my VTuber anonymity gloves on. You're going to get a rare naked Yook thingy. It's going to be also very blurry. There. I'm fairly sure you've seen my hands before. Actually, I'm not sure. Have you? Yeah, you must have. Hi though. Welcome. How's the cat? How are you doing? Ah.
Cheese.
Are you doing cheese? Feed a cat? I just ate. I don't need that cheese. Well, some cheese with spaghetti bolognese might not have been bad, but yeah. Is the dynamic spacing working too? Yeah, look at the colon. The colon is... Well, maybe it's difficult to tell, actually. By the way, I made all the digits be the same width on purpose, because nothing annoys me. Maybe a slight exaggeration, but... A lot of things annoy me, but... one thing that annoys me a lot is when there's, like, text that's got numbers in it, and, like, the numbers are changing all the time. Like, maybe it's counting up a percentage, right? And the spacing is, like, the width is changing all the time, so the text is, like, jittering left and right all the time, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but it's, like, going... Maybe I shouldn't have bumped the camera. Anyway, so I made all the digits the same width. Now I've got to try and put this camera back. Wow, that's gonna be fun. Oh boy. Oh well, it was neat for a moment. There we are, that's pretty much right? Yeah, anyway. Hi, Cat! Look at the colon, said one hospital technician at an operating room. Not that kind of colon. But yeah, look, Cat. There's like a little Long Yook at the top right. It's on a real LCD. It's moving, and well, I mean that was kind of a thing that I had already done, but now there's text on the LCD as well. That's the new thing. And what I want to do on today's stream is, okay, this is going to sound a little bit gruesome, but last night I was extracting little pieces of the Long Yook. Wait, I need the evil.
I was extracting little pieces of the Long Yook. I extracted her eyes. I extracted her mouth. I extracted her head, and the middle of her tail, and the end of her tail. I'm also trying to stall for time while I fix this goddamn camera position. Where the fuck was it? Why is it so hard to position this? Oh my god. Well, this is what the rest of the stream is going to be. Okay, there we are.
I'm not even anymore. Doohoo was squeezing it? No, not like that. By the way, the camera's in such a haphazardly positioned position. Let me try that again. The camera is so haphazardly positioned that I can't even switch to my clicky keyboard, so it's this keyboard for now. I know the code quality is going to suffer greatly because it wasn't entered with clicky sounds. We all know that makes you be able to program better, but yeah, I have nowhere to put this non-clicky keyboard because the camera is where I usually put this keyboard when I'm using the other keyboard, so yeah, anyway. You need to buy a higher quality cardboard box. It's not even on a cardboard box this time, it's perched on top of my synthesizer that I use for making music, obviously. I'm quite sure what else I'd use it for. So yeah, anyway, I split her up into like all these separate parts. Look at these. We have such hood classics as eyes closed down, eyes closed up, eyes empty, eyes hyper, eyes idle, eyes sparkle 1 and 2. They can animate like that. Eyes tired, a head. By the way, these are all slightly stretched compared to how they look on the real thing. A head, the tip of the tail, and the 2 pieces that are going to combine to make the middle of the tail. Anyway, and what I'm going to do today is like basically put all these things into the code, if you like, so that these are stored on the thing, and then make a function that can construct, like basically draw a Long Yook from all the different parts. And that way you can like choose what kind of facial expression you want. Wait, I haven't extracted the mouth yet. Wait, I lied, I haven't extracted the mouths yet. Well, I guess we're going to be doing some
extraction
this stream. Why is it only ever showing this one? It's never. Oh, because they're pinned? Why are they pinned? How the hell did I do that? I don't want them to be pinned. Why is it just not showing the... Okay, so... I've been opening and working on this a lot. You can see the last time I worked on this was 2 months ago, right? And for some reason this was still wanting to show this file instead of thing 2.2. It's very confusing. Anyway. Ta-da! It's the Long Yook. Oh, that's not quite right. Oh, I gotta manually turn them all on. Like a pleb. Okay. So yeah, I split these all up now. We've got the tail. By the way, these all have their own individual outlines now. It used to be that you needed this clear outline layer. But you don't anymore. Anyway, so there's the head. Anyway, so I want to do all the mouth ones now. Here's an amazing mouth. This is precisely 1 pixel. There's also this one. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do this on this unhappy one. This one here, this here is an illegal Long Yook. This is an illegal representation of a Long Yook. A Long Yook must never be made to be sad. This is an illegal Long Yook right here. I could be going to prison right now. Well, someone use a jail redeem, jeez. Oh, I see what you mean, Kat. I had my letter. I thought you meant the Long Yook for a moment. So anyway, we're not going to be having her being sad like that. So I deleted those eyes, and I'm not going to export that mouth either. Greetings. Hi, Chixie. Welcome, welcome. So this area right here is... oh, I guess I should explain. This little pattern on the left side, like this, and this, and this. This is a reference for me. This is where each so-called bank of the LCD is. So each column of 8 pixels. You draw in columns of 8 pixels. This music is far too loud. Hold on. Whose idea is it to have the music turned up at the beginning of the stream? Oh wait, it's mine! Is this a Yuki Snake game sesh? I don't know if I'll be able to... I might be able to make like a little mini game that is Snake, but it's not gonna... I'm gonna have to make a dedicated, really, really, really low resolution. It's basically just gonna have to be the same as the Nokia Snake game. Because the sprite is too big to like move around the screen much. Unless it pans around the whole world, but then how will you know where the apple is if you can't see the whole world at once? It'd be the world's most tedious game of Snake where you have to actually pan around the entire world to find the apple to eat. Anyway, so here's one bank, if you like. Here's one bank. And look, it's horribly inefficient right now with how things are positioned. Look at this, look at this. This entire bank here, like you need to store all of these pixels just to show the very bottom of the head and the very bottom of the tail. And at the top, you need to store the head, when you're storing the head, you need to have this bank just to get this tiny little bit of outline of the ears. Absolutely awful. Why would anyone do that? Well, the reason I did it is because I thought it might be worth it because look what's on this bank. Look what's on this bank. Look what's on this bank. It perfectly covers the area where the eyes and the mouth can be. So from this area to this area is every wait, how do I go through the thingies? Is there a way to like advance frame? I press right once and it changed. No, it doesn't even change. I will never understand the keyboard shortcuts. You know what? Let's have a look. Let's search online. Actually, that's ridiculous. There are keyboard shortcuts in here somewhere. File, view, edit, preferences. Wait, I saw it. Keyboard shortcuts. Why am I being sprayed? Clean a cat. Stop. Frame.
Cheese.
Next frame has no shortcut. Oh god. Stimmkey? I'm not a Stimmkey! Does Alt right and Alt left do anything? That moves the selection, the same as just left and right. Control, shift and control... Control left and control right don't seem to do anything. Okay, in that case I'll make control left and control right control what frame we're on. I guess. I wish you could search... Can you search by key? Like, control... No, you can't. God damn it. Well, okay, next frame. Next frame is... Next frame. Control right. Assigned to none. Okay, thank goodness, it's not gonna conflict. Previous frame, control left. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if control right was unassigned, but control left was assigned? Hey! Okay, now I can go through the frames. Yeah, so I don't know how wide the mouth could ever get. The eyes can fill up the entire width, so I did export this entire width for the eye parts. But the mouth is never going to span the entire distance, right? So to save a bit of space, I could store only some of these columns. What if I remove... How do you remove from a selection on this program? Why is this selecting? Control? Nope. Shift? Nope. Alt does selection for some reason. Is there no shortcut to remove? Do I really have to click this? No, I'm gonna search in the keyboard shortcuts. There's gotta be a way. Subtract, select, subtract, selection. Alt and shift. Alt and shift, really? Alt and shift. Would you look at that? It's true, it didn't lie. Alt and shift. Alright. Today I learned. Like a Yook. No! I mean, I guess it's not that bad. But I can clean myself. How the turntables. Turntable. I recently started digital drawing. I'm not an artist in any way at all. It's been fun learning. I'm glad!
Jeez.
I'm glad it's been fun. That's pretty cool. One day. I'm turning down my own music is getting too loud. Maybe one day if I want to be able to draw, that's the thing. Well, what I want is to be able to summon into real life pictures that can come from my brain. But I do not enjoy the process of actually drawing at the moment, says the person who hasn't even completed the most basic of basic tutorials of the Drawer Box series of drawing tutorials yet. Actually, I literally have completed one, but that's all. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, get the, you know, the enthusiasm of actually drawing. Enjoying the process, you know? Because, like, if you don't enjoy the process... I've said this before. Didn't I say this just on the last stream, actually? Or maybe it was on the stream. Yeah, I think it was on the last stream, actually. Yeah, because we were talking about learning things. And people were, like, talking about, you know, advice for learning programming and stuff. So I landed on the illegal Long Yook frame where she's unhappy. And yeah, I was like, well, you really should, like, find something that you enjoy, right? Because when you enjoy something, like, if you can find something like a fun project to be doing to help you learn, then you're just automatically going to want to do more. Because, you know, I put this much more, you know, clearly the other day. It's difficult for me to think of words today, apparently. Anyway, my point is, if I'm not enjoying the process of drawing, that doesn't bode well, does it? I'm probably not going to want to stick with it. Is it possible to... Why cheese? Is it possible to... Hi, Evacnact. Hi! Okay, that's a good reason for throwing cheese. Hi, welcome. Does the game have music? If no, I want to suggest crawling in my crawl. I know that. I know the edit of the Linkin Park song. It doesn't. I won't be able to store sampled music like that, I'm afraid. Or even track of music. But, like, does it doesn't bode well, does it? Is it possible to start enjoying the process of drawing? Because I kind of don't enjoy it at the moment, because I guess the reason why I don't enjoy it is that I don't feel like I understand it. Like, I don't feel like I have control. When I want to make a thing appear, I can't, and it's just, like, really frustrating, and yeah. I'm not talking about, like, I don't understand how to use a tool in the program. It's like, the tool is my wrist and my arm and my fingers, and I don't know how to control them to make the exact shapes that I want. I guess I also don't even know the exact shapes that I want. I have, like, a more, like, a high-level view of the scene in my head. I haven't broken it down into the individual lines and shapes that make up the scene. So I don't even know what my hands should be achieving, let alone what motions they should be making to achieve it. Anyway, so I don't know if it's possible to change that. I don't know if after enough practice I'll start enjoying the process because I have more control. Like, I don't know if the only reason I'm not enjoying it is because of this, you know, this lack of control and confusion and stuff. Or if I'm just fundamentally a horribly impatient person that, you know, am I even capable of learning it? Anyway, TLDR, I'd like to be able to draw too. I'm glad that you are being able to enjoy the process of learning Jixie. I bought Clip Studio Paint because I got very kindly gifted a graphics tablet. And I wanted to learn to draw. This was the thing I was going to be doing on stream. I've done, I think, a grand total. It's not true. I've done maybe 2 or 3 streams. I'm about to say 1 stream, but it's actually more. Let me export these separate pieces. Let's just keep only these ones. The only width I need right now is actually this. Yeah, I've done a few drawing streams, which were kind of mostly for, one was the drawing tutorial thingy on drawbox.com, and one was mouth. Look at this, by the way, when you choose mouth and you say all frames, it asks if you want to export them as mouth 1, mouth 2. This is so nice. So now I've got them all. Look at them all. Holy! Such hits as... What the fuck? Oh, I forgot to make only the mouth visible. I could have sworn I did that already, but okay. That looks better. Single pixel! We're gonna export this one. Delete that one, I guess. Maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, I did one stream where I was doing the tutorial, and I did a couple of streams where I was drawing things for my starting soon screen. The objects that are being thrown by me under my desk. I just injured my thumb, what the fuck? Hi Don't, welcome. I think we've got like some duplicates, right? Yeah, that's the same as mouth 1. Those are both the same as well. Yeah, the things are everything I'm throwing in the starting soon screen. This video here. All these things. One of them is, I think a couple of them are not mine actually. Several of them are drawn by Fox Finale. Let's go through them all. We have. Wish I could change the playback speed of this. Wait, is that possible? Oh, it is! Hold on. Okay, let's try to play this at 200% speed. Holy shit, it works. So let's start from the beginning. That one's drawn by Fox. Like the first few are all drawn by Fox. So the gear, that like post-it note thing, which also looks like a slice of cheese, is drawn by Fox. That's also drawn by Fox. The CPU. It's kind of loud. Why can I? How do I change the? Oh, I can just mute it. There we go. I can get this going again now. The steering wheel is drawn by Fox. I think. And then those wires are drawn by Fox. And I think everything after that, oh wait, that Unity era one where I'm really angry is also drawn by Fox. And I think everything else was drawn by me on streams. So yeah, I drew those headphones, I remember. I drew that extension lead. The duct tape, yes. I guess I should just go through the folder of things that I've drawn. Unity 3D 4 cats, did that say? Like 4 dummies. That calculator. I was really impressed by that calculator one. I should show you that actually. Keyboard? That's Fox's. That's extracted from my starting soon screen. There's a ball of string that I drew. What is that? Oh, marble. Yeah, that one's actually quite nice close up. That one's really hard to see on the starting soon screen though. The dynamite there. I'm pausing it. So sorry, I'm pausing it so I can see these things. The dynamite I quite like. It doesn't mix very well. I drew that sock. Yeah, I'm having to pause it. I put it on fast play and then I had to stop. The U-Quick? Oh wait, did I not gamma correct that? I think I never corrected that gamma. I corrected it in the actual thing. And that bow as well. Is that the last one? Yeah, that's the last one. Alright, we're done. Let me put the speed back to 100 before I forget for the next stream. That'd be kind of amusing. But yeah, where would this be? Where would this be? Documents, pictures, own. There we are. Wait, where did I save these? Throne. There they are. As in THROWN. Yeah, so I drew this originally at a really shit resolution apparently, but I drew this on a previous monitor that was like dying, and its brightness was all crap, and it didn't look anything like this. So I was horrified when I dragged it to my other screen, and it looked like this. And so I've then applied some curves to it, which made it look more like how I was seeing it while editing, and it looks more like this, more like that. Anyway, yeah. I'm also proud of the clip one that I was actually loading up in Clip Studio. Of course it is, it's a .clip file. Why is my screen gone black? Oh, okay. There we are. Look, I'm naming my layers! I think. Am I naming them? Yellow shade, blue, blah, 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 blah. Folder 1, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Folder 1 doesn't count as a thing not named. TNT was alright. Here you are, look. Rare, up close pictures of the things that I drew. I really like this one. I forgot that I made it say stop this. Exclamation mark, stop this. I used to say that a lot more than I do now, I think. I kind of forgot a lot of this. I think I was quite proud of this one. Yeah, that looks quite... I was proud of this little, like, neon window, the window for the neon thingy at the end there that actually looks like it's 3D. This might be the... Was this one of the first ones I drew? I'm not sure if I'm super happy with that. Oh, that one's not even a Clip Studio thing. Anyway, there you are. Some pictures. Boop. Wait, can you close? Boop. Yeah. Nope. Close. Okay. I've got one of those IRL. Not same, but you know. Wait, which one? Those extension leads? I get that same feeling when it comes to the math stuff. I like it, I find it interesting, but when learning it, there's a ton of mental friction. I mean, at least you like it. I guess that's a good start. That's what makes me worried, though, because... You know, I've seen people who don't enjoy the programming who want to be able to program, but I feel like the enjoying is kind of critical to learning anything, not just programming. It makes me... That's why I'm worried that maybe I can't, you know, learn to draw, but... How to draw like how arts academics do? I'm just drawing what I'm thinking in my mind. Is it that easy, huh? I know that's the way to get better, but I'm not after that. I'm just doing one small piece a day. Yours look like children scribbling? Something looks better than me by seeing your drawings. I just wish I could do... okay. I wish I could speak English as well. I wish I could draw people from random angles. But yeah. One for the PC? Ah. Yeah, I have one right now that is almost full. In fact, it was full earlier. What is plugged in there? We've got my lights, 2 monitors, the computer, and the network switch. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6. And earlier on when I was using the external hard drive, that was 6. But apart from the computer, these are all low power things, so no worries. I also have another 6-way one that's powering my USB hub and MIDI interface. And what is this one? I probably shouldn't just randomly unplug something that I don't know what is, but I'm kind of tempted to. Yeah, not sure what that one is. And then that's also feeding the next extension lead, but this would be a thing that's much more sketchy in America, but you know, we have, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it, we have kind of superior plugs to, you know, make that less of a safety concern, and they're both fused. Feels bad saying that, but anyway. Also the fact that the things that are plugged in are not drawing much current. But anyway, let's add things. I need to convert all of these pictures into text. Where is the Visual Studio that I had loaded earlier? This is Visual Studio Code. Where's my Visual Studio? Where is it? Don't need that anymore. Save? No. Where's Visual Studio go? Oh, there it is. It's all the way... Holy crap, I must have loaded that ages ago. It's like right at the top of my taskbar. You only got one black one that I first bought, then second. Oh, one black one that I first bought, then second that's just used by a family. The black one I somehow lost. Ah. I see. I have another 3 in my room actually, but one is like up by my bed that I just have like chargers plugged into. Oh no, I only have 2 others, not 3 others. I think. I'm a little confused right now, actually. Oh no, I do have 3 others. They're not all chained together though, no way. One of them is basically not in use anymore either. But it technically is there. Anyway, why the hell are we going into this detail? This is oddly specific. I modified this program very slightly so that I can just change this one thing here and it'll automatically name the output file according to the input file. My Visual Studio project, still see bitmap to text, proc. These are all the ones I wanted to convert. Zip. Oh, I should probably name the mouths first, actually. Let me name the mouths. So we've got like let's call this small. Mouth 2 is happy. I can just rename it on here, actually. This one would just be like I don't know what this would be, like open? Wide, I guess? Because there's a few different ones. Did I ever have like a single pixel? I didn't. It would be amazing if the mouth could like actually open to like different, you know, like animate the speech in a way that's accurate to what she's saying. But this is like, that's really ambitious. I'm not gonna try to do that yet. I don't know what I would even name these. I really don't even know what I'd name these. I guess I'll call that straight. I'll call this closed happy, I guess. I should name this open happy then. This one can be open wide. I can't even spell wide. This one can be open round, I guess. It's rounder. It's got a little pixel down there. I think it looked weird when it was just like but it also looks weird with that pixel there, so whatever. Straight, happy, and unhappy, which is illegal, so we're deleting it. Alright, that's the files we need to convert. Call it gay. Why? It's nice knowing you can use something like Blender and not have it crash on you. Finally got PC upgrade. Nice! Funny, I never said hi, but hi, Lord. Welcome. I think ultimately it's the expectations and the time frame one has for art, which can be different from one person to another. Yeah, but some people seem to enjoy the process as well, right? But do they only enjoy it now that they are like good? I understand that at least they're not a beginner. I think it's unrealistic for any artist to ever call their own art good, but you know, it's gonna be less of a struggle than when you're a beginner than when you're not a beginner. How do I English? Anyway, a fast way to go through this would actually be to make an array and just let it do all of these. So, hi Geeds, thank you for the pats. Also, hi City. The opposite of straight and the old English word happy. True. Okay, that kind of gay. Yeah, right, that's true. For a moment there, I forgot that I even existed. Why cheese? Why cheese? Thank you for the pats. Just start with questions. There's no use to saying hello. No, it's fine. I'm like that as well. I just like to try to greet everyone there. Alright, so the way to do this properly would be to make an array of these. I am realizing that I don't think I've ever in my life made an array of strings before. That can't be right. In C. That can't be right. Is it as simple? Okay, what would it be? I guess each one would be a pointer. So it needs to be an array of strings. So the array itself would be a pointer. And the string itself is a pointer to the first character. So would it be as simple as like a char star, and then you say the array of a certain size, such as fn each. So this is for each file name, and let's pretend there are how many file names? Oh, let's define that first. Num fn's num files, which is going to be 18 in this case. And then you literally would just go like blah 1, blah 2, etc. Value of const char star can be used to initialize char star. Okay, so it'd be const char stars. Huh. Is it actually that simple? Wait, is it actually that simple? It's American cheese. Why do this to yourself here? You get better cheese. Because the other cheese isn't going to stick as well. At least it's not the American squirty cheese. That could get in my eyes. Concatenation is a very odd word for adding strings together. I guess. So it's got the word cat in it though, so it's not too bad. Okay, so I guess I can... Well, you know what? Why didn't I just make it go through all PNG files in a folder automatically? Screw this hard coding crap. Get out of here. Let's just go in a loop and go through every file. What am I doing, man? Okay, let's make it a thing called old, I guess. Or not even that. So this is the files to proc, and the ones that have been procced, we'll move into a different place. What is this out and out copy? Why is it on that screen as well? Oh, hang on a second, let me check something. Oh, that's okay. I just realized I think I might have started streaming while a YouTube video was still uploading, which is absolutely insane that it's something I can do now. That never would have been possible in the old connection. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I think it's finished now. My upload bandwidth looks kind of normal. For me, I just create backup folders when doing something like this, where you copy old files. Yeah, that's basically what I just did. Okay, so instead of making this hard-coded, I will keep this the same, and this the same, and this the same, but this instead is gonna come from a thingy, the current file. So we want to wrap this entire thing. You know what? Let's put this entire thing into its own function, actually. Not quite. We don't need to deinitialize the free image library. Let's make a thing. Let's call this proc image. I wasn't planning on breaking this out into its own function today, but I guess let's do it properly, question mark. Okay, so this can be done in the main thing, and the uninitializing can also be done in here. Oh, sorry, unload is part of the image itself. Right, that should stay in there. But this... What is going on? But this should go. So we should just pass in a file name for its process, which is going to be a const char. It's not actually going to be a const char, is it? It's going to be a char star. Fn current, the current file name. So no longer is this going to be this. It's going to concatenate it from this. Does that work? It does work. Alright, now we just need to set up a loop here that goes through each thingy. directory here, we might as well define this directory. We might as well define this directory somewhere else. I think. And then when this file name current is passed in, it's gonna automatically append the... I mean, file name current is gonna include the directory name, so we need to combine the file name part with the file extension part. How does dir work again? Oh, this is in Windows thing, isn't it? Probably. I think. Is it not? No, it's not. Wait, where's dir then? Hold on. Is C is dir a C thing? C dir Microsoft line dir. Okay, this is a command there. What? What? Wait, where's... Wait a second. Have I not done a thing that goes through every file in a folder before? See. Go through files in a folder. What is this nasty website? C. What the fuck? This is not C. What the fuck? Okay, I've not done it before. This looks not familiar in the slightest. What the fuck? Am I crazy? No, language C, the language C. I just saw the British flag, British tag, sorry, British flag. I live in this country currently as well. On this topic, do you usually go to Greg's and what is your order? No, I don't. I don't have one near me, unfortunately. Find first, find next, and find close. Find first, find next, and find... I don't know if I can be bothered to do this. I don't think I can be bothered to do this. Yeah, I can't be bothered to do this. This is like a one-off thing. This is not gonna... I'm not gonna break even with the time saved with this. Okay, we'll just do this and we'll put this back in here. Wait, I'm just flipping undo, hold on. How much do I need to undo? Holy crap, okay. So I don't have the brains for this. Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure I do. I probably could if I thought about it a lot, but it's just not worth it for like a one-off thing of a bunch of file names that I'm probably not going to change the file names anyway. Even if I do want to redo them all, I'm not going to change the file names of them, so... Okay, so where was the file names? I guess I got rid of that. We'll make it again then. So it's a char star fn each. And we want a num fns. Num files, I guess. Which was 18? Files equals. Here we go. Let's grab them all. I used to have a program that could... do I still have a program that can do this? Let's see. I just made a program. Look at doing in a language where this is much easier. Yeah, I do, but I'm not sure if it's gonna dox me, so let me just hide this for a sec. It would have doxed me. Oh, I'm glad I didn't do that. Okay, I've got it all as text now. Ta-da! Amazing. I don't know why this isn't a thing built into Windows where you can just do that, but anyway, I don't want the .png. No, it did not do that. Just past life stuff. Alright, so we want this. We want this. We want this. Oh, this is reasonably fast. That's all of the eyes, and then let's have the head on its own line, I guess. I can even just put the head first. Actually, let's put all the head and the tail on the same line. There we go. Ah! He's done. How would I dox myself? Don't show, just explain. I'd rather not. I was not always a VTuber, and some things I made when I was not a VTuber, but I still have, and yeah, that's what I need to say, I think. Anyway, this is an array, so there we are. We good? We are very much not good at us because I didn't make it const. Oh man, it's gonna waste so much space. This bad boy could fit so much wasted space in it. Okay, there we are. That looks way nicer. What the hell? Sure, let's do it that way. And now we can just go into a loop for int index of the file name starting at 0. Int file name is less than num files. Num files. Huh? Weird shit going on here. Oh wait, is it because I haven't put a semicolon? You happy now? Where is this? Where are you wanting a semicolon? You're complaining. You're complaining about me not putting a semicolon on the line I'm still typing, goddammit. Of course there's no semicolon on that line. Ah! Anyway. Num files, end fn ++. And now we're going to proc image. Let's say proc image or proc image. Image. Fn each. I think I said. Oh, fn each and file name. Yeah. And file name. Code checker is very impatient today. I guess so. Const. Okay, so this warning here, or error apparently, is actually what I was expecting. Here, where I'm calling the draw text with a char thingy, but this is defined to take a const char star. But it's the other way around, isn't it? Actually, it's the other way around. So, really, maybe this would have worked if this were a const char star. I mean, obviously it'll work now because this is a const char star. Out of curiosity, what happens if I make it just take anything else? Char star. Nyan. Which can start off as Nyan. Const char star cannot be used to initialize an entity of type char star. Why though? Why?
Cheese time.
That's so ridiculous. Do I really need to go into a manual loop and manually set? Oh, this is so stupid. Anyway, hi Freefall, welcome. And hi Grostan, welcome. I'm not doing too badly. Hi Finyuki as well, and hi Alodo Tribble, sorry. Hi Trades, holy yeah, what the everyone's coming in at the same time. Wow, hi Yuk, thank you for MX4. You are welcome! Yeah, I think you're probably like one of the few people who are in this channel ever that have, well, I think you might be the only person who's ever mentioned earmix, my earmixes in this channel. You're welcome. Hang on. Oh, what have been doing that? or have done it, but the camera was perched extra weirdly. You said why before the cheese instead of after. Oh, it's probably saying why it's something else. Hold on. Let me test something. What if I call proc image with a char star instead of a const char star? Is it okay with that? It is! Okay. So it's fine if it is a char star going into a function that expects a const, but it's not fine if it's a const going into a function that does not expect a const. It's pretty weird. I would expect it to be the other way around. Either way, it doesn't matter. Don't hugely care. Get out of here. Let's just run it and see what happens. I'm actually gonna set a breakpoint and just see what it's about to do. First time round, it's about to process a file named proc / head.png, and it's making output in proc head.txt. That sounds good to me. Let it rip. Never mind. Hold on, let me catch up in chat. So you don't mean docs, you just don't want files to be shown? No, it would have, no, it's more than that. I don't want to go into details. Even going into details gives more information than I want to. I avoided doing the thing, and that's it. I wonder if fn each int fn not equals null will be more safe condition, given that you add a null as last item in the list. I have a null as the last item in the list. Anyway, what's this complaining about? Runtime check failure 2. Stack around the variable fn out was corrupted. How? What the fuck? Is that the thing you're talking about? Why is there a null in here at all? Num files 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The number you specify here is the number of bytes, right? Or number of thingies. It is not the number -1, right? In other words, I shouldn't be putting 17 if I want to put 18 in here, right? I guess I can test. I'm assuming it'll warn me if I type 17 and then try to specify 18. Yeah, too many initialized values. Okay. So that is correct. What is this null thing you mean? Instead of needing to do exactly that, counting them. Sentinel. Sentinel? Am I coding in 2 IDs at once? Maybe? Yeah, I'm doing okay, thank you, Kristen. Taking a very, 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 very long time to do things. As always, I hate this. I fucking hate this. Why do I do this? I should never give titles to my streams that, like, say what I'm gonna do. Because all it ever does is lead to disappointment. Or me staying up way too late. I should be like Meisaka and Alkalonk. I look up to them in their really ambiguous titles. Although Alkalonk's titles usually you can decrypt to what he's planning on doing on stream. Meisaka's are just poetry that are like, I mean, Alkalonk's that poetry as well. Stuff. Anyway, I should give them really generic names. Is what I'm saying. Because then I'm not beholden to anything. Because I've said that I wanted to make code that redraws from the individual things, but I don't even have the individual things converted to text yet, so that's how far away I am from having this done. And I need to stop streaming in 55 minutes unless I'm wanting to not destroy my sleep schedule, which is already destroyed. Const char star foo ab null for int equals I is 0 foo I. Oh, you think I should have an ending bytes? Like a, I mean, an ending pointer, I guess, a null pointer. Hi, Yubisha, welcome. That's true, Finyuki, actually. But I would absolutely forget to put the end one in, I'm sure. How's the use doing? Welcome. Where is this error happening? How far did it get, I wonder? It got Oh, okay, never mind. Something's very fucked up. Uh-oh, something's very fucked up. Why are these all blank? These files are valid, right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. It's not even, like, managing. Okay, we're gonna step through this step by step, steppy's time. Hi, Val! Welcome! Null is the last element in the pointer list. Yes, but I'd have to remember to explicitly put it in. I'd have to remember to add nullpter, because otherwise it's just going to be an uninitialized memory. Time? Steppy's time? Yes! Oh, what a cute emote. It would be nicer without the shoe, though. I was told to come here and say I'm a hard bass slut. Nice. That is indeed one of the songs that was in my last ear mix 4. Is Erin streaming and telling everybody who's listened to my ear mix to come here and say that? Erin, what are you doing? Hold on. Is Erin streaming right now? Would you look at that? Would you look at that? I don't know how I predicted this. Turns out Erin is streaming. Oh, my mix is playing right now. Ah, my mix is playing right now. I wonder what song's playing. I'm gonna play like a couple of seconds so that I don't get my stream muted. Erin's much braver than me. Ah, it's Vengeance. Okay. Nice. Anyway, yeah, that's part of my mix. Feel free to go to Erin's stream if you want to hear the mix I did right now. Or you can go to my Discord and just download it right there and you can have the set list and stuff. Anyway, I guess I should shout out Erin. But I can't really because, you know, I don't have hands right now. I can't show his avatar and stuff. Alternatively, feel free to go here. I'm glad you like it, Use. In the Discord is a thingy. Such null last item is more of a standard in CC first. Okay, I've never done that for anything other than strings. Interesting. I feel like people should go to Erin and say, I'm not a hard bass slut. I'm a Long Yook something else. Definitely not slut. I'm a Long Yook worm. I'm a Long Yook worm. There you are. If you want to get him back, feel free to just go into his channel and say, I'm a Long Yook worm. There you go. Where is this weird back and forth happening? I'll have to check his VOD now. Oh no. My dying headphone cable made it. Okay, there we are. Does Long Yook like bass? Maybe. Give it over, please? Give it over? Give it over? Wait, did you miss the point where the link was given? I gave the link at the end of the stream where it was first played, Val. But yeah, it's also... it's pinned. It's a pinned message in the creative and dev channel. I think I pinned the last one. I've pinned the first 3. Like the second and third are next to each other, I think. The first and second are next to each other, so I only pinned the first one. But if you scroll down, you'll see it. Yeah, there are 4. You can grab them all if you want. Long Yook simp? Okay, I get what you're saying there. Like, you like the Long Yook, but I don't know. I don't know. Nice. Nice. Hi, Yook. Hi, Air. Wait, why did my caps lock come off? That's weird. I mean, I put it in caps. Okay, I've closed that now. That was fun. Thank you. I'm a Long Yook worm. Anyway, what's going on here? Why are we... okay, it's about to try to load. Thank you for the follow, KVBA. Welcome, welcome. Wait, did that play noise? I didn't hear any fireworks sound there. Is it just because I was shouting obnoxiously over the entire notification? I hope this sound's working. Proc // head.png. Ah!
Jeez.
Okay, that sound is playing. Well, how do you do this thing? Is it step out? Is it step into? Is it step over? Step out? Into? F11? Is that the one? Yeah, it is. Okay, it did load correctly. That would be 0 if it didn't load correctly. File name out is proc head.txt. I'm just gonna try to open it for writing. DIB replaced. DIB replaced. What's it doing here? Oh, it's converting it to 32 bits. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, fine. Width is 22 and the height is 32. Okay, so it's most definitely loaded the image correctly. It tries to make a handle now for the file name to write to, which surely must succeed as well, right? Because it makes the files. Anyway, let me delete these because it's not opened it yet. I forgot the shortcut key already. F11. Okay, so there is now a handle. It's not 0. Nice. It's gonna now try to printf into handle out these things. Okay. Wait. Do we never close the file handle? Oh shit, we never closed the file handle. Oh damn. I don't understand why that was corrupting the stack. That's insane. But why are we not closing the file handle? I must have accidentally deleted that when I was moving something from here onto here. Unless I really did forget to do it. Anyway, let's close this. Okay, moving on. It's gonna, yep. Okay, it's gonna come all the way down to here. And then close the file. Okay, so do we now have a file written? There it is. Nice, we have a correct file. Can we, should I just let it loose on everything again? Let's let it loose on everything again. What the fuck? Again? Stack around the variable FN out was corrupted. And this time we actually have information in here. Or, I mean, like, yeah, that's correct. And that's correct. So, it's throwing a hissy fit on which file? Imagine doing error checking. Eyes closed down. It's failing on. Wait, what do you mean eyes closed? This is this one. Did this not work? Did this not work? Would you like to talk about Lord and Savior? Right! I never remember what that is. Stack around the variable FN out was corrupted. FN out. FN out. I don't like that ... at the end. Okay, can I... Okay, so I'm guessing the ... actually is nothing. Thanks, Visual Studio, for scaring me. What the hell's the problem? We load a thing. This replace thing unloads the previous thing as well. At the very end, we unload the image. This is how you do it, right? Yeah, it wants a bitmap. We close and out. Wait, what's the problem? How am I messing up so badly that we're corrupting the fucking stack? What is going on here? How is this happening? Oh! Interesting. Interesting. This is meant to be 256. This is not meant to be 25. It's, yeah, it messed up on a very long file name because I didn't make the buffer for the output file name long enough. Amazing. That's meant to be 256. How the hell did I end up with this being 256 and this being 25? Like, this wasn't even a copy and paste mistake. This is, copy and pasting would have fixed the problem there. Okay, anyway. Right, off you go. This should be perfect now. Done. And they're all done. Yay! Is that a classic C moment? You typo the length of the buffer? What was the name? What was the name? Great file. What was the name? I don't know what you're talking about. Please use printf instead of sprintf. Okay, how would that have worked? What would how would SN printf have helped? I would have had to give it a buffer size. So obviously I would have typed 256, right? Or are you thinking that I would have typed the size of FN out? I guess what I really should have done is hash defined buffer size. But then, like, it wouldn't have been a problem either, so whatever. Hi guys! Try other number, maybe get a compiler error from it. I don't think it'd be a compiler error. That'd be crazy. Like, crazily advanced. Maybe it would give a compiler warning if it's super advanced. But the real thing is that it wouldn't corrupt the stack, and this would probably return something saying failure or something. Maybe it'd say the number of bytes that were written, but it won't go past the end. They're not closing a file was a real C moment? I mean, I was before, right? Okay, was I? I'm using my streamer privilege to go back in time to before I modified the code. Am I gonna see? I could just look at a backup. We're doing it the fun way. So before I changed the code, did I show the end of that function? We're going back and back and back. Okay, at some point I separated this out into separate thingies. Where was it? There it was. So before I did that... Oh my god, I never originally was closing the file! Oh, well shit, I was never originally closing the file. Well, classic C moment, certified C moment, certified C classic. Thank you for the hydration and posture check. You know, just time traveling is like a little... Time traveling is a little... I don't know if I call it a cheat. It's just a bit of convenience, really. Anyone can time travel if you try hard enough.
Cheese.
Why cheese? I'm hydrating. I'm doing the right thing, aren't I? Also, welcome in Mikori, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you, thank you. Posture check as well. Yeah. Your most used word when writing C is why. Wow, that's a very unique word. This could probably be a Python script. I'm sure this could be written in Python, yeah. But I'm more familiar with C. I'm afraid. I'm absolutely not about to start relying on open... whatever the hell that's called. Not OpenCL. Is it OpenCL? Thank you for the pads. What is the name of the... Not pill. Or pillow. Oh, OpenCV! I'm not about to be relying on OpenCV for... No, OpenCV. I'm not going to be relying on OpenCV for whatever. Stuff. Anyway, it works. It's done. This is all absolutely irrelevant now. But now I need to modify the text. In fact, it might be useful to get this to all go to the same file and have different thingies. OpenCV is computer vision library. Yeah. And you can like open up images and stuff in it. Pillow is image IO library. I have only used OpenCV for doing image stuff. I did use Pillow once in the past. I really didn't enjoy it, and it was not straightforward. If I remember rightly, it wasn't. I don't know. I didn't like it. Anyway, I'm doing it in C and it's done. So this conversation is irrelevant. I don't like Python. I endure Python when necessary, and thank God it's not necessary right now. Anyway, I'm going to modify this. We're going to open the file at the beginning. We're going to close the file at the end. The F and outs I'm going to call... I'm going to define proc up here. And then I'm going to use F and O. I guess I as well. You know what? It makes sense to define all this stuff up here. This is silly splitting it up. Some of the settings, it's not these ones as well. I guess I could define this at the top. Then we've truly got everything at the top. And then OpenCI's programming language for graphics cards. Yeah, I think it's the one for like machine learning stuff, right? Or can be used for machine learning stuff. Like the way of doing non-graphical stuff with graphics hardware, right? Like shaders and stuff, question mark? I don't know if that's OpenCL. I'm not good with that stuff at all. I just have my NVIDIA card so that I can do CUDA stuff on it. That's literally the only reason I went with an NVIDIA card, by the way. To be able to do CUDA stuff. FN out should now be defined somewhere else. So this is now just input file name. What's it complaining about? Oh. Input file name. Output file name. CUDA is NVIDIA only, OpenCL isn't. Yeah. And then I'm so stressed just looking at the time because I gave my stream a title. How ridiculous is this? Anyway, handle out. So we open it, we do things, we close it, and then we blah 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 blah. F and code should just be. Let's call this all. Maybe underscore all. And then oh, that's true, we need to be able to refer to this from two different functions. So we'll define this up here. It's not a setting. FN out. No, handle out. Before you are currently working towards the goal of the title. I'm trying. Well, I haven't even. Yeah, I guess. Hi, 1133. 1137. I always almost say 1337. My day is now, basically. My day is like... I'm just realizing my day is basically 7 hours long each day. Because of the sleep issues. That's kind of tragic. Right side of output. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking of doing. I don't think, but I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, someone please tell me, because this would be really, really nice if I'm wrong here. But I think it's not possible if I want the... if I want the struct to be... Where's my definition of a sprite? Oh, is it in the H file? Yeah, there it is. If I want a struct like this, I don't think it's possible to just arbitrarily... When you're initializing one of these, say you're doing this. So you could do like dot pixel. I guess you can't do this because we're not inside a function. I don't think it's possible to... Oh, I typed LCS, amazing. I don't think it's possible to like say that the pixel data equals some hard-coded array, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the bytes. I think I tried this on the other stream. Like if you're trying to define a literal array like this, it's not possible. I think it might be possible if this were not a pointer and if the actual data was stored in here. But because this is a pointer, and I want that so that every sprite is a known size in memory, I like that. I would have to store the actual data somewhere else, I guess. And then make a struct that points to it. So what I'm thinking of doing is making this code here, write out the array first, and then write out a struct that references that array. I think that's what I'll do. I guess what I might also do is let you put a prefix for the file names. Let's call that constar struct prefix, I guess. Equals spur, I guess, spur. You might be able to use such hard-coded array in the struct initializer if you have a const pointer. Ooh, really? Let's try it. Yeah, because I do only need a const pointer. So just simply const u8 star pixel? What the fuck? Why, what? Why is it suddenly complaining about what? Huh? It's suddenly complaining about if and def. This is a C moment. Unrecognized pre-processing directive, hash end if... Oh, now it's suddenly fine, never mind. That's a fucking Visual Studio Code moment, I guess. Alright. Oh, never mind, now there's a problem. What the fuck is going on? A value of type const u8 star cannot be used to initialize an entity of u8. So if I were to make this a const, would that mean that the pointer itself can't change? Or is it a pointer to a thing that can't change? Because I could just make this const, if it's the latter. A value of type const u8 star can be used to initialize an entity of type u8 star. Where? Where? What are you talking about? This is... Do I need to control S? I probably need to control S, right? Okay. Const... Where am I typing? What the fuck? How'd I get down there? Const... Yeah, this is all pixel source, so these are all going to be const. Too many initializer values. That's weird. So that's the first thing, and then the second thing is the num calls and num banks. Let's just call that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd be 6 and 1. Semicolon. Const u8 means the data is const, but you can mutate the pointer. Okay, nice. Doesn't look like I can do this. What if I explicitly say dot pixel data equals this? It still says too many initializer values. What the? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, I don't understand. I guess it's not possible. Let's put things back. It's worth a try. Try to do it this way instead. It's not a big deal. It just is like one extra line. Well, it's doubling the number of lines for each sprite, but whatever. Okay, so we're gonna define... Maybe I'll call it... code var prefix. I don't flipping know. Do you think I am good with names? Must never seen one on my streams before. Var prefix. Var prefix. So instead of just defining 3 separate things, well, a width and a height and that thing, what we'll do is we'll just put the data first, which is going to be this. Frankly, I can just call this U8. And instead of just BMP data, let's call this something based on the file name. Okay, so really nicely, this is just the file name, not extension, not directory. Which is perfect. So we're going to call this the prefix, and then the file name, and then data, I guess. Maybe BMP or something. Maybe putting an underscore at this, so maybe like BMP underscore that or something. That way, you know, when I'm starting to type something in, I'll very easily not accidentally type the U8 when I actually wanted the struct or something. Okay, so we want in here the first thing to be the prefix and then the file name. Yeah, that's fine. And then we finish that off. It's kind of annoying if this is happening. I guess we want to only do this if the if there's going to be another line. I don't want it to be like just an entire blank line for no reason. So if the y start, so that's like the y coordinate of the top pixel in the current column. So if this plus 8, because we're about to increment by 8, so basically if the next column is larger than or equal to the height of the entire image, so there's more to come. Or no, there's no. If it's less than the height, then there's more to come. So if this is not, if the... Where is this indentation happening? I just pressed a button I didn't mean to press. I don't know how to stop it from doing anything. Okay, fuck off. Get out of here. Stop! Where was I? There we go. That's where the indentation should be. If there are more columns to come, move to the next line for the next column. Data bytes, I guess. And then we're done, and we close that thing, and finally we can make the struct for it. The struct is gonna be an LCD sprite, which is called spr there. Actually, not this side. I'm not even gonna have this here. I'm just gonna call it this, because this, we're already assuming that this definition of a sprite is like defined somewhere already, so I think naming it spur when it's going to be a spur is sensible, and I shouldn't have to have a separate const that just says spur as if I'm going to name it anything else. Okay, so it's going to be called spur. This thing, fnk %s, and that looks like what? What does that look like? That looks like equals and then a thingy. Equals. I might as well explicitly set each thingy in case I rearrange the properties in the struct. I'll do it by name. Dot pixel data equals, and then we need to use the same thing as we used before, which is going to be bmp underscore that. Oh, not quite. %s. And then how do you do it? We do comma dot num calls equals %d. That's going to be the bmp width. And then dot num rows, and then close it and semicolon. Equals %d. Okay, so now let's fill in all the blanks. We fill in the first one, that is the file name current. The next one is... Next one is what? Oh, we shouldn't even have to there. Next one is the file name current again. Next one is... the number of columns, so it's the width. And finally, this is the height. And we'll close that string. BMP width is undefined. I guess that's for width, yeah. WEIRDCAT, how dare you! C23 has embed. Oh, that sounds nice. Consuate star. Oh, yeah. Okay. C23. Sheesh. Okay. What is this width? Width. Expression preceding parentheses of apparent call. Apparent call? Oh. Okay, let's see what happens, I guess. I guess we can just let it run. We're not closing the file. Oh, at the very end, we want to move into the next line for the next one as well. I'm going to move into the next line after this as well. I guess we don't technically need to, but it'd be nice to have this at the beginning of the line so I can read it without the scrolling like thousands of columns to the right. Or hundreds. Should we see what happens? Let's see what happens. Boop! W overrides by default, right? We're not doing fopen anymore, I hope, right? That's the only place that we're fopening. And here's our all file, and it's much bigger than the others. Should we have a look at it? Oh, this looks promising! Oh my god, I think it works! It's not got like a... Yeah, I might want to like force capitalize the first letter or something. Wow, look at that though! Spirit tail, underscore, end. Okay, this is wrong. Oh no, it's not, never mind, no, shut up. Shut up, you! Silence! Okay, there's the mid lower... I think this has worked. I think this has worked. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, because stuff is not vertically aligned. That makes it the prettiest thing in the world, of course. What I could do is at least align these parts. We can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more things. And then it would be aligned. That'll look slightly nicer. Then I'll change all the file names to have like capitals as well. And then I think that's good. I think I can just slap that right into my thingy. Code. Okay, bulk rename utility. Not these. This is for a different project. Have I shown this? I think I've shown this already. Yeah, I have shown that. I did a dedicated stream for that. That's where I'm trying to train. I think it might already be on YouTube, that one. That's where I'm trying to train a neural net to be able to distinguish voices apart. And I'm trying to make it general purpose so it doesn't need to be trained on individual voices that you are trying to distinguish there and then. So basically, you train it on so many individual voices at training time that you don't... It basically learns what makes a voice unique. And the idea is that it can then sort of be able to fingerprint any voice, and then you tell the voices apart by fingerprint. This is a different project. I've only done a single stream about that though. But it was a Python stream, so for anyone who likes Python, you'll probably be able to find that. I've only done like 2 or 3 Python streams in my life, so that's a rare one. Anyway, it's the wrong folder. Where am I trying to... I'm trying to be here. So we'll jump to there. Yoink. So here's this. We want to capitalize the first thingy. Ah! Jeez. Why? Why are the images stored upside down? I don't know. Hi, Stravinkle. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna try, lurk, and marvel at progress if you don't mind. No worries. There's 0 progress being made. Well, I mean, I guess there is, but there's nothing to show for it yet. Why are you throwing cheese at me? The rare French cheese. Okay, case. I wanna up a sentence case, I guess, would make the first one be capitalized. Yes, that's exactly what it does. Oh, I never renamed these properly. Hold on. I kept the numbers. Kept the numbers. Why did I do that, man? Why did I keep these digits? 1, 2, 3, By the way, that folder that was shown earlier is actually ones that have not yet been used. Not sure why I was in that folder by default. 6. I guess it's because that's where I have all the voices that are waiting to be done in, but... And the ones that are done are moved. Anyway, right, let's copy and paste these into here. Yes, delete everything actually, because they're the wrong file names. And now we rename these files. Right, this program is so nice, this bulk rename utility. I highly recommend it. And boop! Look at that! As if by magic, we suddenly have them all with the correct case. Yay! Can you refresh? There we are, yay! And we run it. And now, hopefully... Oh! Oh! That's nicer. I don't like the fact that we have to go to snake case, but whatever. I mean, we don't have to. Thank you for the posture check and the hydration stew. Ho my. This time I'm gonna drink water if that's okay with you. Lots of water. Posture check as well. Thank you. Also, I have to do a nyan. Oh my goodness. God damn it. There you go. Hi, Dapper Sapper. Also, knees. I actually could do with the knees right now. You know what? I'm gonna go and save the kidneys. I will be right back. Although I need to add more thingies to indent this, don't I? Have nice knees. Thank you! I guess this is always not going to be properly aligned though, because it's not basing it on the length of the file name now, so... Ah! Oh my goodness. Ah! So I guess we could actually subtract a bunch. Ah! Help! How many are we removing? Removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's remove 7 from there. There we are. By trial and error, we're gonna get this damn thing neat enough. Maybe. Where's the text file gone? What is this? That's not what I want. We'll reuse it for this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I wasn't off by 1. Nice. That's what we'll use in the end, I think. Just closing a bunch of things I don't need to open anymore. And I think I will go and save the kidneys now. Yes, okay, I'll be right back. Pew. Wait, why can't I disappear? Oh, because the camera's stuck to my face. Oh well, okay, well, I can't disappear. Let me just see what Twitch is forcing regarding ads. It wants ads to start in 17 minutes, which is like over. Over 2/3 of the way towards doing it, so I'm just gonna run them while I'm gone, and I'll be right back. Now I can hopefully disappear. Pew. The ads are gonna be like way shorter time than no. Yes. Yeah. I'll be back after they finish is what I'm trying to say. You're not gonna miss anything. Alright, fine, I'm gone. Jeez. Ah! That was unintentionally in tune with the music. Hi, I'm back. Also, the ads are done. So here I come. Hello. Wait, why did the music stop? Wait, what? Oh, I was so confused, and I was like, wait, why did the music stop? It was my flipping AFK music. What? Okay. My brain may be stopping functioning, I don't know why. As in, like, just throughout my entire life. It's not gonna come back soon. I don't know why I'm in jail. Maybe that's the safest place for me, though. So, thank you. The derpy routine would have forced me back, yeah. Derpy will do it. The spooky will do it. I think that's it. I think they're the only ones that'll do it. I think? Yeah. See, the heat is affecting you as well. I can't blame the heat for this, I think. Maybe I had a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, this camera's fallen, hold on. Or moved in some direction. Which way is it? It's moved backwards, actually. What the hell? How did I manage that? This is so difficult to position. It's so confusing because this camera, the view that you're seeing is like rotated 90 degrees. And so I'm moving it on one axis and it's like worse than just having inverted controls. It's like swapped axis controls. It's very mind-fucking. Can I please position the goddamn camera where I want it to be? Okay, I almost had it. Okay, it's too far in that direction. I need to go up! Yes, no, yes, but which direction is up? Okay, I think that's gonna be good enough. I'm leaving, I'm not touching it. I gotta not, like, bang my hand on my desk because it's making things move. Got a song stuck in your head? Oh no, which one is it? Yeah, I don't have the, heat aids right now because it's below 30 degrees. Anyway, not sure where I should define the Long Yook stuff. Should I define it in like a separate function called like big data or something? I think I should do that. Yeah, I think I should do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm doing it. Include or source. Include? Source? Include? Who fucking cares, man? It's just, I want it to be separated into its own tab, that's all. File. Big data, and I'm guessing an H file is alright since we're not defining any functions. Bloop. Okay, copy and paste, and we're probably gonna need to import the definition of the sprite. So include hash, include, and how do we do it? LCD.h. We also need a zig-like. That should be it. Where is it? Oh, there. We good? LCD sprite has no field num rows. Wait, what did I call it? Num banks? Oh, I probably renamed it to num banks, didn't I? I did. Num. Okay, well, find and replace. Num rows. Num banks. Boop! Fixed. Yay! But just for next time, let's fix this here as well. Alright, nice. There ain't utils. Utils would be like utilities though, right? Like useful random functions. Like my public misc class for my streaming setup. I just call it public misc. I feel like utils would be a better name for that. Bird brain with OK glass featuring Casaneteto. I see. I don't know that. Hi Memtooth! Hi! The zig-like I do not need to look at. I don't think I need to look at the definition of LCD to H. I will need to... actually, I will eventually. Yeah, you can come back. I don't need talkie. You can misk. I don't think I need this. This is absolutely not necessary anymore. This is like the only thing that's still being used. This is not even like correct anymore. This is assuming that it's running at... I don't even remember. This assumes that it's running at 1 megahertz by the look of it. I forgot that all this stuff actually does things. Why did I separate it that way? Whatever. I guess it can be useful to just burn some cycles sometimes, but I have to divide it by 2 or something. Anyway, we're gonna have sprites in here now. Yay! Let's remove the speech part because I don't need that anymore. Or at the moment. I also don't want this hard-coded Long Yook in here anymore. Be gone. When I'm saying height in here, am I still calling it height? LCDs, draw sprite. No, I am referring to it as banks rather than height. Okay, that's good. Thing.cpv. Okay, where are we? What's the problem? What? What's going on? Wait, what's the problem? Is this just Visual Studio being Visual Studio Code again? Yeah, it is. SP Yook is undefined. SP Yook? Oh, okay, yeah, right, that's the speech. Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. This stuff isn't needed anymore because we know that works. So we can remove that anyway. I'll just comment this out for now, I guess. And then this is for our hard-coded drawing, which we're not going to do anymore. We're going to remove that entirely. And try to generate a function called... Ooh. Well, I guess eventually we will need to know our width and stuff. I mean, it's fine. Our width is probably going to change though. Like, we're going to be longer and shorter as we're sliding along. That's just one of the nice dynamic things that we can do when we're drawing the Long Yook from bits and pieces instead of one long hard-coded Yook. One hard-coded Long Yook, I guess. Utils, common, misc, utils, etc. and stuff and things.h. Yep. This thing.h is just the main thing. I know what to call it. Main is too boring. Also, it's the name of the function, so. Yook DAC defines. Oh yeah, I had to manually code all this. They weren't included in the CM3 for some reason. I don't know why. Why am I being stretched, by the way? And we don't need that anymore. It just looks like something's going off the edge of the screen. It looks like I keep thinking that I need to scroll left. Just because it looks like this is the peeking right edge of something, just peeking around the edge. Anyway. Why have these still got the names Mouth 1, Mouth 2? What the fuck is this? What? Why are they still named this? Oh my god! Because I didn't change the hard-coded names. What could go wrong? What could go wrong with with making this all hard-coded? You'll never need to change what these are all called. Ever, right? Let's manually change every single one. Even though I could just, at this point, just reuse that program to make the text from file names again. I don't understand. Wait, did we even have data for some of these? Oh, we didn't! Look! These had no data. Sorry, I'm making lots of annoying noises right now. I don't know why. Alright, one left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're done. Run! Here's our file. Paste. Oh, Where is it? There. Okay, we've got pixel data for some of these now. Oh, I literally replaced the entire file, including the includes. Whoops. Including the includes! That's funny. Sure. I don't like the way this is BMP underscore. You know. You know. Shouldn't this also be SPR underscore? Or just BMP? The BMP underscore is annoying. The inconsistency is annoying. Fixed. Now let's fix it for next time as well. That was quick. Wait, why is that made wide? A little while ago. Okay, so we can no longer draw a Long Yook, so we need to make a function to draw a Long Yook. I feel like this should not be inside the LCD library. This should be here. Test LCD, so we'll do it right above there. Let's call this... what is going on? Let's call this... Draw... Long Yook. And eventually I guess we'll be able to pass in different things to choose the eyes and mouth and stuff. Choo. I choose you. I remember that being some meme Valentine's card with Thomas the Tank Engine on it. Anyway. So the first thing we want is the head. So let's have a look. Where does the head appear? I guess we're gonna make it I think we do still want X and Y. And I guess I'm gonna make this a sine 32 because that's, you know, the fastest thing we've discovered. X is 32, Y. Wait, no, not Y, but they're all gonna be drawn the same X. It's from The Simpsons. Was it The Simpsons? Wait, that was The Simpsons? Oh! Was it the policeman's child that said it? I forget his name. Ralph Wiggum. Was it him who said it? Sigh. Nice. Ralph gives the card to Lisa. Oh! Oh! Okay. Alright, A-Sprite, come back. Have you yet learned that 2.2 is a recent file? You have! Whoa! Lane! Hello! Welcome! Here's an Ahogger. Maybe I should have saved this actually with all the things turned on. Welcome! How are you doing? Lane Raid. Or Laid for short. How was Lane stream? I can't hold up the little face thing anymore. Native Langdev, 4 hours and a bonus 10 seconds. Holy! How was it? Welcome, Stu. Welcome, Cabbage. Welcome, Nova. Welcome, Red Vampire Dev. Hello, and Ast. Whoa!
Yook.
Hi. Wait, what is that? Oh, cute! I didn't know what this was at first. Aw, no you. That expression is kind of appropriate. Oops, that is not maximizing. Lead. So I hear. Yuki, yeah, virtual tomato. Hey, it's me. Hi. Welcome. I just got done making bodging a program that was already bodged together from me. That creates, that turns a bunch of BMPs into this. Like sprite definitions for use with this little LCD library that I've been making for drawing on the... Oh, wait. When did I zoom in that far? There. You can see there at the top right. Right. Sorry, it's the last knob. Right around there, where my eyes are looking. I appreciate the top of my head's being cropped off, but don't worry, there was nothing of substance inside the top of my head anyway. This is like a real thing right now. Look, I can move stuff in front of the camera. It's live. Why? Did you join as Lane Raided? Maybe. Welcome in, generic fire demon as well. Hi. Was chatting and working on my silly little programming language. Lane, I've said this before. You can add silly little and all these diminutive terms that you like when referring to your programming language. It doesn't make it any less impressive. You're making your own programming language. And it's like, not just a meme one that someone posts on an article, like, haha, Shakespearean language as a programming language. This one actually has, like, use cases apart from humor, I guess. Anyway, massive headache from the caffeine was rolled out. Aww. Well, pat. Can't really give pats though. I'm armless. I'm armly. I'm dimensionally challenged at the moment. Large, serious programming language, yeah. LSPL. Lispel. It's silly and that's final. Okay, Lane. Hides my Shakespeare. Use case only code in Gen's slang. I'm choosing to pronounce that as stupidly as possible. Oh god, I remember that screenshot though. So the code that so this is for a little microcontroller, by the way. I'm not gonna attempt to get it in view right now because it is so difficult to reposition. Whoa! So difficult to reposition the camera. Cab, thank you so much. What the hell? Thank you very much. Wow, congratulations to Clockwork Coupled, 32123, Urvagnacht, Spike Von G, and Remblanc. I recognize all those names, I think. I might have heard Remblanc before. There's not someone I'm very familiar with, but the name doesn't sound entirely unrecognized. I definitely know the others. Thank you. Oh, it's very kind. I can at least show photos of the thing that I'm working on, which are not in this folder. Look at all these individual parts of the Long Yook. Yeah, the code that the microcontroller is running is drawing a hard-coded Long Yook, and I've separated her into all these different pieces that can make up different Long Yooks. And I'm going to try to make code to draw them now. That's what this stuff is for. And this project is for like a pet Long Yook. Here are some photos. This is the LCD, but zoomed out a little bit. And look, it's so cute. I'm sorry. I drew it, but although I was like tracing over my emos that were drawn by Shuachi. But I still find it adorable. Anyway, here's the microcontroller it's running on. It's this, if anyone's interested. This is STM32. Here is I sold it up, this little breakup board. Eventually, this took hours. Anyway, and here's the current setup. The Arduino is being used to flash this. And this is controlling the LCD. I don't think I have a photo of the mess that is on my desk right now. You could see a little of it on my last stream, where I was less scared to move the camera because it was in less of a precarious position. Also, oh god, that was a strange nyan. Let's calm it down a bit. There you go for the ass. No clapping the first one. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. That doesn't count. Yeah, I hope it went well, Lane. I was working there for a little bit. Well, I was chatting there for a little bit. I'm gonna have to go quiet though, like right about now, because I'm about to write this function. I'm glad I don't have to switch from my clicky keyboard to my non-clicky keyboard, because I'd be even more annoyed now in that I'm just getting to the meat of the code and I have to go clickless. But yeah, I'm ready not using the clicky keyboard. Because of the way the camera's positioned, I can't move my non-clicky keyboard out of the way because it's where I usually put it. Danke für das. How do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce the G? G? No, you have to pronounce G in Dutch and German. I can never know. There are so many different ways. Is it simply get? Is it Is it like this? Okay. Eschenkabor. Or carbor, maybe. I don't know. Trust me, I'm German. Thanks for the explanation very much. I don't know. Maybe the rest of the pronunciation wasn't super terrible. Okay, so the head is going to be drawn from... This is bank 0, this is bank 1, this is bank 2. So bank 2... So we're going to want to LCD draw sprite transparent. So we're going to draw the LCD... Sorry, sprite... Ah, wait, I haven't included big data. Is that just going to work? This just works. This is really nice. SPR. Oh my god, it works. Ah, look at them all. SPR head. So we do the head first. This is going to be at the X position that was chosen there. And bank. Wasn't 2. So bank is just a column 0, 1, 2. Yeah, 2 is where it starts to be visible. Wait, I haven't separated the alphabet yet, have I? I don't think I've extracted the alphabet. Have I? Have I extracted the alphabet? I have not extracted the alphabet. Okay, she's going to be alphabetless when if she eventually gets drawn. Reading programmable arms? No. No. Oh, there was a hive train! There was a hive train level 2! I didn't see that. Thank you very much. Programmable arms, oh my goodness. Oh, I see what you mean, it's an arm microcontroller. No, we're not going to try to add little arms to her, except I am absolutely going to draw that right this very second. Oh, we need it on the top layer, I guess. Why is this reminding me of the birds drawn with arms? I guess she'd be like this. This embodies true vibes. The scuttling along. Maybe she needs more legs. I don't know, it's starting to look hairy, to be honest. The Switch game called Arms? Millipede Ukipede? Yes, I did not pee when... Well, I did when I was trying to save the kidneys, but... Twitch likes to localize the thank you messages for gift subs. Ah! Think of the hydration. I'm gonna do water again rather than yan juice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna change music to quieter music now because I'm going into my needing to be quiet time. Boop.
Off she goes. The kitty Crowley. Nyan. Neon. Nylon. Teeth. Spubby.
Teeth. That's a funny way of pronouncing it. The cutie crawl. I forgot that you call them cutie crawlies. They're so adorable. Okay, I'm gonna do a nyan before I have to be quiet. Nyan. There you go. Now I'm going into quiet mode where I have to be quiet. So I'm gonna shout for the last time before I have to be quiet. Also, my voice would probably prefer it if I didn't do that, but shout that is. I'm sure it'll be fine in quiet mode. Okay, I'm changing my volumes. Thank you. Okay, there we are. Stuff's changed. Stealth mode. Yeah! Oh, quieter clapping. Okay, so the head. No suitable conversion from LCD sprite to LCD sprite asterisk.
See.
I guess I do need to pass it that way, don't I? Yeah, I do have to pass it. Okay. My cheers. Okay, so you've drawn the head. Let's just draw some standard eyes. Like some hard-coded eyes for now. I guess we'll do... We could do those ones. Give her the pants. Nudge! What did I call these ones? Idle?
With steady hands and patient grace, Yuki gave a worm its place. Long Yook froze from thought and code, slithering slow in her sleepy mode. No rush, no jump, just gentle turns, a quiet life that twists and learns. She wriggles on with dreamy care, Yuki shaped her soft and rare.
Oh, it's so cool and cute and kind. Thank you, Nudge. I don't know if she's gonna learn though. I guess she might for a few seconds and then she'll forget. She'll just slide on to her next thing. Okay, eye is idle. So we'll do LCD draw sprite transparent. Sprite eye is idle. Spritle, you could say. And this is going to be drawn at X with some offset. Wow! Medium rare. Wait. Medium rare. Oh, soft and rare. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Spritle, yeah. Thank you for spelling it that way. That is amazing. Combination of all three words. But hi Bob, Bob Dobalina. That's kind of a fun name to say. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and X position 10 according to the bottom left down here. So X plus 10 and 4. We need the mouth as well. How wide did I make the mouth? Did I just make it only as wide as it needs to be? 4 pixels, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah I did, okay. So the mouth goes where? The mouth goes... here. That's 14 and the same bank. So plus 14 and same bank, and this is the mouth. Is the small one the dot? Yeah. Is that what she's got right now? Let me just wait for her to come back in up here on the LCD, the real LCD. Oh no, she's really happy there. Okay, I'll just do the dot, I guess. Okay, so you got the head, the eyes, and the mouth. I forgot to export the Haggis, we won't be having that right now. The end of the tail will be easy, but for this part, I need to make a dedicated function. I want to make a dedicated function that will repeat any single column sprite a certain number of columns, and this way we can just get a stretchy tail of like whatever size we want. And I'm gonna start by copy and pasting this function like I did for the font, but then the font one ended up way smaller. And I think pretty much this is like the only line that we left. Although with a different name. Hi, how's it going? It's going alright, thank you. Slightly slower than intended, but it's fine. There's a bunch of cool peeps hanging out. It's slowly getting there, just like the Long Yook. Slow Yook, Spritle. This looks a little slicing Yukma's tail. It's already been sliced, and I'm about to make a function that can stretch it and sew it back onto her, I guess. This is... this doesn't sound very nice. Yeah, I'm not a cool peep. I'm a hot 32 degrees ice cube. Becoming a not ice cube. Oh crap. I'm sorry it's so hot for you. That's how it was for me last week. I hope you can survive. So do we even need the extra metadata surrounding the tail mid piece? It's like a single byte. I mean, like, this is a single column. This is the transparency and this is the color. If opaque. I guess it's actually opacity rather than transparency. I think. I'm not sure. Did my shot help? Are you able to open the windows again? Yes! Yes, 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 it did! So I'm hoping that it will just last longer this time. If Long Yook wears a backpack, she becomes Snail Yook. Yeah, that's so cute. You're so wavy. No, not the wavy wobbledy-yook. Not the wobbledy-yook. No. Oh, that was a weird sounding mouse click. What the hell? This is the sound of the Long Yook with legs. This is the millipede Yook. Amazing. Right now my windows are closed though. Although I guess I could open them now because I'm being quiet. Hold on. Okay, I have a window open now. I normally close them when I'm streaming because I don't want people to hear me shouting. That's weird. I was so used to hearing myself going when breathing in. I was expecting it then. Nope, I just breathe normally. Kinda. Have I copy and pasted yet? I have. Okay, let's rename this. Draw sprite transparent. Why am I even really saying transparent? It's like I even have untransparent sprites. Except for the font, I guess. And I want us to stretch as well. Should I call it stretch? Draw stretched sprite, but it has to be, let's say stretched column. Sure. But it still needs to be in the form of a sprite. So you start on this column, start on that bank. Yes, you do still need to know that. Effective sprite width, you don't need to know because it is... Oh, right, we need to specify the number of columns. Draw width, let's say. Transparent, oh my goodness. I guess that does work better with an American accent. Because it's transparent over here rather than parent. Which is weird because we do say parent. Transparent. Yeah, I can understand why you say parent there because P-A-R-E. Yeah, A consonant E. That does actually make sense. But then I do also know that there isn't really an A versus A distinction in a lot of American accents. So it can lead to some confusing situations like Harry sounding the same as Harry. Also because there's no distinction between the... Yeah, it's not a short vowel. Anyway, never mind. My ears aren't high resolution enough to hear that. Not a transfer. Interesting. Nah, I don't think it's your ears. It's probably... I don't know. You're probably exposed to American accents a lot more So it just hasn't, your brain hasn't sort of adapted to pick out the difference between those two things. It's similar to like the concept of languages like Russian having a distinction between what we'd call, like, I guess, a sort of sky blue and a dark blue. There was research done into this, and I'm fairly sure that there were the ability to tell the difference between shades of blue was higher. Like, it literally was kind of like a higher resolution in languages where the color is named something differently. It was kind of interesting. It's been that long already. Wait, how long? 2 hours 22? That's a long time. Oh, follow age. Okay. Follow age. Sewage. 3 months. 24 days. Oh no, your follow age, you have like knocked. It would have been quite a long time. Why are people able to post links? What the fuck's going on? Huh. That's weird. Why is block hyperlinks not turned on? I guess I might as well have a look at it now anyway. That shouldn't have been possible. Only my mods and VIPs. Okay. I still remember when you had laser eyes or when you were a triangle. Wait, what? When I was a triangle? Or a splotch on the screen? What? Oh, wait, you mean like a pixel or something? Hold on. If I can go... Do I have these stored on here? I think I do. Have I showed these recently, but I don't know if I showed these on stream. When you say puddle... Oh, do you mean this? Hold on. Do you mean this? When I had a schedule, I used to try to make a special picture every time. Shenanigans we pulled off with the commands. Back then my model was way more responsive. This little PNG is only because I'm using a camera right now. I usually use my 3D model. I was using it on just 2 streams ago when I was playing Half-Life 2 with Myriad Minds. It even had an embedded view of... That's the wrong one. No, that is Half-Life, but it's the wrong one. What? It even had a shoulder cam here with Myriad's view and Myriad's avatar. I don't know if it's super expressive. This is as expressive as it's ever been. Actually, it's more expressive because originally I wasn't able to do like sparkles in the eyes when I did thumbs up. Just smiling with a piece of cheese on my face. What the hell? You posted that stuff on Discord? Now I'm very curious. Quotes and clips? Where did you post them? I didn't see it in my server. I didn't see it in DMs. Back then. Anyway, yeah, this one is the laser eyes that I'm remembering. And when you say a splotch, I'm thinking of this one, where I turned into a puddle because it was absolutely way too hot. I can search for things that you've posted. You know what? I'm doing it from whoever. Oh, you're not in the server, so I actually can't. That's a bit of shit.
Kaiser!
Why? I mean, it's a bit crap of Discord that I'm not able to search by name of someone who's not there. Anyway, observe some past schedule images. Yeah, that was yours, thank you. This one took so long to pose. I did this all by tweaking the individual thingies. Bones. Ah, the origin of this. That's now in my background. Oh, this one's faulty. That's not a complete one. Clunk! Hi! Oh my god! There's a Long Yook one. How is the Clunk doing? Oh, exclamation mark socials. Well, if you're interested. How is the Clunk? Thank you very much for the resub. Yuchini, this was something. This was an idea. Have you seen all of these old Yook schedule images, Clunk? I used to make these. This one was actually done with a console program that I made. That was manually traced ASCII art. Hold on one sec. I will accept the link in 1 sec. This is Halloween time. This is me scared of Blender. That's my hugger. That's me licking. That's me holding some cheese, which was drawn by Cat. Feels like I'm showing like photos that I took when I was on holiday. Hold on, no, Ragnak. I'll allow you to post things in a sec. That's me in jail. There's evil. What am I pointing at? That's me dead because it was too hot. Yeah, I wasn't doing too well at this time. I tried to make every single one a different one. Oh yeah, look, I made a thing. How far back? Oh, we've got 16 left. First afternoon streams! Look at that! I used to stream in the mornings only. Isn't that crazy? This is when I had a cold, and so I made like a snot bubble, but the snot bubble has a reflection of my face. Not accurate reflections, but it looks silly. First VR stream? Oh god, I never ended up doing many of those, did I? Because it's a pain in the rectum. First affiliate stream! Ah! Oh my god. This is a blast from the past. Yeah, anyway, okay. That was the very first schedule I made. 30th of November, 2021. Anyway, let me make it so the links work. Hold on. You should be able to post a link now. The links were censored because I hadn't enabled link sharing. Try again, Vagnacht, if you want to. Thank you for the hydration center and the posture check. Channels? Channels? Am I in that Discord? This is taking me to a channel and it wants me to log in on the browser, but I am logged in on the browser. Oh, these things. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that was the broken. I need to show this on stream. This is hilarious. This was the broken something. I can't remember which redeem this was. There was something was. This fucking. Yeah, the lens effect that I use on some of these, on some of my effects, was broken, and so I accidentally was doing the "in a perfect world, cats like me would not exist, but this is not a perfect world." That was really funny. But it was annoying because this would trigger when someone was trying to use a different redeem. It did result in some very funny things there. Why the long face? I require your smallest uke. I should I should maybe add it as a redeem, but I don't remember how I did this. Also, the problem is this would not stack with other redeems because this is a lens effect that makes the outside big and the inside small. But if you were then to stack that with the derp redeem, which makes the outside small small and the inside big, they'd like cancel each other out, and or only one of them would take precedence, and you wouldn't see them both, and you might see neither. It's gonna be a channel emote. Maybe. What would it be called? You can't handle the uke. Well, you couldn't fit for a beast, let alone a man. You could offset their centers. Offset their centers. But at the end of the day, it's a one lens effect. Like you can only stack one, you can only have a single lens effect in the pre-processing stack on Unity, unfortunately. Which is kind of sad, but also it would just completely counteract each other if you did have to use them. Okay, so the sprite width is 1, so we don't need to worry about that. If the pixel source left equals this, we do need to worry about the destination, that is the canvas going off the screen, but we don't need to affect where we start on the source image. But we do need to subtract this value from the draw width, actually. So effectively we need to subtract how far off the screen we were. I think that will work. Oh, right, add negative number, yeah. Same subtracting, yeah, okay, so we subtract. Yes. Destination will also start from the leftmost edge. If we're off the rightmost edge of the screen, so this is if int call dest start plus, think of the paths. If int call dest start plus the draw width goes off the screen, then we also reduce the draw width. I hope that works. I don't know if that will work. This is just reduce draw width. How small is you could kill a dragon? I'm not sure about that. Pre-processing? Pre-processing. I don't think there's a pre-processing stack. Draw sprite width. Are we gonna do it this way? How are we gonna do this? What are we using draw width for? What are we using draw width for? Source right, source left, draw width. No, I don't think we need to do that actually. So the pixel source current is always going to be pixel source left, which is always just going to be the pixel data. We don't even need this to be a pointer. We could save ourselves the flipping lookup every time and just store the cached value. Do that once, like grab the transparency pixel and grab the pixels thingy as well. I don't remember what I called them. What did I call them? Right, the mask, yeah, sorry, the mask. So the mask and the pixels. So we might as well just grab the mask and the pixels already. But we might as well do that after we've done all this and then not bother to do anything if draw width is less than, you know, something. It's fun seeing some old memories from Margot. You're welcome. I gotta clock out and get some rest. Have a nice rest. We'll see you soon. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck. Good luck getting a rest. Thank you for the pants, by the way, Spray. Hello, Spray. I don't think we want to do this by pointers, actually. I don't think we want to do it by pointers. Let's just do it by draw width. We'll just say while draw width, while there are still pixels left to draw. And then we'll subtract a draw width at the bottom. We could make this a for loop, but we don't really need to. At the end, we'll just do draw width minus minus. And this is signed. Oh, we're not going to go negative anyway, I guess. I also should say while draw width is larger than 0, not just while draw width. Because draw width could have gone negative up here. If we were trying to like stretch something and like draw something that's way off the screen, then we would have subtracted how far off the screen it was, and this would have become very negative. So we want to make sure that it remains positive and above 0. So destination left, we don't really care about. We just care about destination curve. Destination curve becomes this. Then we don't need to redefine this. Wait, what did I just study? Sorry, I don't need to redefine this. Source current, we're not going to do it with pointers anymore, so we don't need this or this at all. Wild pixel, blah blah, we don't need this anymore, it's only a single thing wide. Pixel source left, I'm not going to increment the position that we're copying from, we're going to copy the same things all the time. Pixel dest current, we are going to increment. Oh, wait, this is for moving to the next line, never mind. Okay, this is where we're writing it. Okay. Pixel dest left. Yeah, we don't have a bottom, it's only drawing one row. It's gradually getting smaller and smaller. I can fit onto the screen, but I'm about to add something new, so... Let's read the mask and the pixels value. So this is like the mask, and this is the pixels. Let's read those so that we're not going to be reading from the... We're not going to be like, dereferencing this pointer. We're not going to be reading like from in the inside of the sprite, wherever that is, here, every single time. Well, here actually. We're not going to be dereferencing to this and this and this and this and this over and over. We'll just get that value once. Let's call it pixel source mask, which is LCD sprite dot pixel data. Yeah, the first value inside pixel data is the pointer, so we need to grab it. And then the pixel values come after the mask. So that is simply this plus 1. Okay, I'm not sure if this is the most efficient way to do it, but whatever. Grab the mask and pixel values. Grab the single mask and pixel values from the 1 column wide sprite, which will be used repeatedly. So this is instead going to be mask, this is going to be pixels. I think that might be it. Let's do some reading through of this part. The mask is the first pixel, the first byte of the pixel data, and pixels are the second byte of the pixel data, as weird as that seems. While we still have some pixels that need to be drawn, like we still have some columns that need drawing. Grab, thank you for the pants. Ah, okay, that's where we use that. Okay. Okay, yeah, so grab, what are we doing? Oh, we still have some. Grab the current, the column of pixels at this current position. And them with the mask, and then all them with the pixels, and then set this value back to the canvas, write it to the canvas, and move on to the next one, and mark that we have one fewer, column left to copy. This loop looks correct, and this looks correct. I'm not sure about this, because I kind of deleted some things without looking much. So if we're wanting to start drawing this long tail from further to the left of the canvas than is possible, then we have fewer columns actually left to draw, and we'll start drawing from the left. That makes sense. And if we want to draw so many that they're to go off the right edge, then we simply decrease the number that we're going to draw. So if we originally were wanting to write at a position way off the edge, let's say pixel 100, even though there's only 84 wide, so 84 would already be off the screen, so let's say 84 because it goes 0 to 83, so let's say 84 and a width of 10. So this would be if 84 plus 10 is larger than... Oh! We have an off by 1 error here. Like, we already have an off by 1 error, I think. Right? Maybe not. 83 plus 1, 84. No, okay, no, that's okay. I'm sorry, I need to think about this a bit. If this is 83 plus the draw width of 1, that would be 84, and 84, and that would be allowed, and 84 is not larger than 84, so we'd continue. But if this already were 84 and this was 0, then we'd be trying to draw off screen, but we'd be trying to draw 0, so that would also allow us to continue, and that would be okay. But we just wouldn't do anything because 0 is not larger than 0, so the end result would be safe as well. But if we were trying to start off screen and draw too many, say we're trying to draw 10, we want to reduce, we want this to reduce this to 0 in this case. So 84 plus 10, which is 94, is more than 84. So let's see what this would do. This would set the 10, well, we tried to subtract from draw width this value. Let's see what this value is. This is the column we're starting at plus draw width, so it's 84 plus 10 minus the number of columns, which is 84. And that value 10 is what we'd subtract from draw width. So we do 10 minus 10, and this would indeed become 0. Okay, I think this would work. Hearing someone figure out their programming is the best kind of ASMR. Aww, thank you. The length of an array variable can be calculated with the size of. True. A over size of dereferenced A. Yeah. That's interesting. I don't like the fact that size of it doesn't need parentheses. That was some cursed thing I got taught on the previous stream. But yeah, I guess that would work. Yeah, it's the same as saying A left square bracket 0 right square bracket. Let's just add a comment here. So this is next time mark that we have one fewer column left to draw. I think this will work, you know? I think this might I think this has a chance of working. I know. Super confident out here, but let's make sure these columns make sense. If left column of sprite would be off the left edge of the canvas. Let's just say if sprite would be off the left edge of the canvas. A negative number, blah 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 blah. This is irrelevant. Draw this cropped sprite. So this is just draw sprite. Draw, this is draw stretch sprite sending left message. If right column of sprites, this is just if stretched sprite. Let's go add stretch to remind myself that's what we're dealing with here. Reduce draw width to maximum fit. This is irrelevant. Canvas address for leftmost edge of sprite. This should be like for first column of sprite, I guess. And top at first is irrelevant because it's only one tall. Grab the single mask and blah 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 blah, yep. Show new copy to get current value, blah 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 blah. This is all still applying. Okay, it still just about fits on the screen, just barely. That's the end of the function. Okay, so now we can draw a stretched sprite. So, you know what? Let's draw that tail. Let's draw the tail. Oh, I have to define this as a function in the H file now. Oh. Let's take the entire thing then, I guess. Oh my god, I can't type. So what we're going to want to draw is this bird tail. Start with the upper one. So I split this into two separate thingies. The tail is actually straddling two banks, which is really stupid and annoying, but whatever. Oh no, it's not! Oh yes, it is. It's not here, sorry. So there's this bank. And then there's this bank. But because we want the tail to be this thickness, that's just the aspect ratio of a long yoke, I can't help that. And we wanted to have these white lines here. Yeah, that would be a height of 9, I think. Yeah, which is bigger than 8, which is the size of a bank. So anyway, so I didn't have to make a really complicated blah 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 function. I separated this into two separate files, one here, which are now two separate sprites, and one here. So we can actually need to make two calls to this, which I hope is not too slow. There actually is a bunch of stuff that we're repeating that we shouldn't. If we made this able to draw sprites of different sizes, more than one column high, we wouldn't have to repeat. But whatever. We'll start by drawing the upper part. This is on bank 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another goes on 5. Okay. So this is bank 4. This is so stupid that it can't handle me typing 2 consecutive commas. And the width, let's make it... How wide is this original tail? By the way, yes, it's gonna start from this position. Like, one to the left of... You know, if you look at the head, it has an outline going down there. But actually, this is gonna re-overwrite a little bit of the head. Re-overwrite? Rewrite or overwrite a bit of the head? Shed, exactly. Consider getting evaluated by a medical professional. What did I say? I don't know what I said. Anyway, the original tail width was, before going to the end point, which one's showing the width? This one, I guess. 33. Let's make it a bit smaller. Let's make it 20. This is going to be just a little bit of a smaller long yoke. And what's the X position? What is this? Noticeable conversion? Oh, why do I keep on forgetting to make it an address of? Okay, could make a very cursed macro that automatically adds this. But let's not. So this is starting at the X position plus... Hold on a second, did I do something silly? Oh, I did do a very silly. I said that the eyes start at X plus 10. But actually the eyes start at X plus 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 6 less, so there's 6 less, and this is 13, 12, 11, 9, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's correct. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's where the tail starts. X plus 21. Ah, you know what? I'm going to define tail width in here. I'm actually going to let you specify tail width. Tail length. So it starts at X plus 21, and the tail length is this. And then the end of the tail is going to be at X plus 21 plus tail length. I'm actually going to put the two changing things together, and then the constant at the end. This is going to be drawn on bank 3, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, yeah. And this is just a normal sprite, so we don't need to do anything fancy with this. Let me do a quick thing. Let me merge this all down. All down. Everything. Flatten. Yes. Really? Flatten it. Fucking. Okay. Now I position this at the far left, please. Could have just done that, and now I can just click here and see the actual number. So the eyes there start at 4. Down here it says 4. Thank you, Stu! One sec. 8 there. Let me double check this. 21. And if this tail width were... I will do the knees in a sec. This tail width is 33 here. So this is starting at 54. So let's see if that works. 0 plus the tail length, or 33, plus 21 is indeed 54. Okay, this seems to work. Hang on, I need a second one for this, but this is lower. This one starts at bank 5. This one... X plus 21 is being used like 3 times, actually. Maybe I should put it like that. Maybe the compiler might notice, I don't know. I will do those things in 1 sec, Stu. Transparent one is going to be the tail end. Tail. This starts at that position, and this bank. Maybe I'll do this. Let's have them all aligned. I think this is going to be very satisfying. Might have a strange opinion of what satisfying is, but you know, it doesn't have a length, it does have a bank though. Alright, this might draw a Long Yook. The only thing she's missing is the Ahage, so I might as well explore the Ahage at this point. We've already gone into quiet mode time, so I might as well. Actually, you know what? I won't give her an Ahage. It's just gonna help prove that it's... Then I'll do the Ahage afterwards, if this works. Then that's gonna help prove that it's actually drawing it in this way. Okay, that I think that's it. I'm gonna put the banks over there. There. Okay, now everything lines up. Actually, one thing doesn't line up. it does. Time for hydration. This is exciting. Aw, I'm glad. There was some maths. And the posture check. Yeah, it's just basic addition, those two. Probably not interesting for you. I will go to save the kidneys right after I check this. I'm gonna press build and see if it compiles, and then it's inevitably not going to, and then we'll fix it. I actually built, but there was a warning. I don't like that. No return statement in a function returning non-void. Ah, right, I removed the infinite loop from there where it speaks. So I'm gonna have to add another one just to keep it happy. I removed, this used to be an infinite loop, but now it's not there, so let's just add a new one. I'm not calling this function anyway at the moment, but whatever. Are we happy now? It's not uploaded, by the way, I'm just compiling, not uploading. Alright! Wait, oh, that's from before, I think. Yeah, this is a new one. $22.9. How are we using so many bytes? The LCD uses for its canvas. Where is that? Where is the canvas defined? Font data. Oh, there it is. 84 times 6. Can you like tell me what that is? 504 bytes there. So where's the other kilobyte coming from? I'm guessing it must be the Talkie library. I'm surprised it uses that much. I'm guessing it's because I made a lot of things 32-bit for speed. This is Talkie.h. Where's the actual CVP? Why the ASMR voice? Because, look at the time. It's almost 11 PM and people in the room behind me are sleeping. I don't like how jagged this animation looks when I'm at 30 FPS. The animation is less than 30 FPS though. Okay, so we have 11 bytes times 4 here. And another 11 bytes. So we've got 11 plus 11. I'll multiply by 4 at the end. Oh. And then, oh, okay, this is a shitload of, okay, I can see where all the memory is going. It's here. It's absolutely here. So we've got then 16 plus 64 plus 32, 32, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 8, 8, 8. Right, I didn't even mark this as constant. I could mark this as constant actually. I could mark some of these as constant, but I don't know if it'd be much slower. I think it might be. Plus 41. And here as well, I'm not even marking this as constant. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then multiply that by 4. There's our extra kilobyte right there. You know, let's add on the size of the LCD thingy. Which I've already forgotten the size of. Was it? 504. I gotta remember, Davy 504 is the answer. 1776. So this is a little bit higher, but I was only counting the arrays, not the individual variables. It would be interesting. Some of these things can be constants. Like none of these are ever going to change. Nor this, nor this. And I know that by making things constants for this compiler, for the for this ARM CPU, it makes them be stored only in a flash memory and it doesn't load them into RAM. Which is different to the Arduino, at least the early Arduino stuff. where you had to use program to make it only in Flash. And I fear that making these consts will make this slower. Because reading from RAM, I'm fairly sure, is faster than reading from program. But it's worth a try. In the future, I'll benchmark this, making these all consts. I give the pad Somni. 1 hour behind you? Yeah. I would still be... Oh yeah, right. Wait, no. Then it'd be like nearly midnight for you. Then that should be more understandable. Okay, I'm gonna go and save the kidneys quickly. When I come back, I will upload this code and see if it works.
Irina.
White cheese, high chaos. And if it doesn't work, I'll try and make it work. And if it does work, I'll add the alcohol. And so yeah, there'll be a little something to do either way when I get back. Honestly, assuming that it's gonna work first time is bold. I'm not even calling Long Yook either. Join me after the break where I will forget that I'm not calling Long Yook and I'll think, why isn't it working? And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I need to call the function that I want to test. The old classic where you never call the code you wrote and you wonder why the code you wrote isn't running. Why though? Why? It'll work first time. It has been decreed. I don't know. Do that so often. You'll never stop. I'm sorry to say this, but it will keep happening. Maybe it'll happen less, but it's such a classic mistake. Everyone does it. Every now and then. Especially, I feel like it happens more often the more complicated the thing you've been working on, because like you get so engrossed in how it works that like the mere idea that you need to call it is like completely out of your head at the time that you want to test it. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back, and Twitch is wanting to run ads in 57 minutes. Oh wow, I must have just run them. Maybe 20 minutes ago, I think. Well, I am not going to rerun ads. I'll just be right back. Make new variable, don't put it where it was made to go, nothing changes. I want to mouse over and see this spinning at a larger size, but... Okay, I'll be right back. Everybody else, please use this as an opportunity to save the kidneys. That means toilet, but also please hydrate and like maybe stretch and eat if you need to. And stuff. Okay, I will stop speaking slowly now. What is going on outside? Why am I not at the bottom of my screen? Sorry. All these questions and more will not be answered when I get back. Pew.
Tiri.
How dare you? Okay, let's press the button and upload and see what happens. We should get a stationary. No, we shouldn't. Almost forgot. Let's let's try a stationary Long Yook and position 0 lengthwise. The tail length of 20. Short-tailed Long Yook. Not that short. We'll make it 15 to make it much shorter. But we'll do that after we initialize the LCD, and we might have a chance of actually doing something then. So I'm going to a loop where we do nothing. Oh, I didn't actually go comment out this entire loop, so we didn't need the extra while true down there, but whatever. Surprised, a little bit surprised I didn't warn about unreachable code. Anyway, afterwards we'll actually send the pixels, which I was forgetting to do yesterday. Noah! Hi. It will be like it's been created. Well, let's find out what happens. Do I need to clear the canvas? I'm pretty sure clear canvas automatically happens when I initialize this, right? Yeah. Alright, nothing left to do but run it then. Oh, I mean upload it. Which will then make it be run if uploading is working. There were some weird connection issues earlier on. Not to do with uploading, but to do with the LCD flickering and stuff, so I don't know if the wires are right. Oh my god, look at that! Look at that! It's a little Long Yook! Drawn from bits and pieces when she doesn't have an arm again. And she's got a short tail. Okay, so we could slide that around. It'd be really nice if I could make the code like draw back to front as well, you know? Draw flipped sprites. I'm not about to start doing that tonight. That's something that's going to be deceptively, or not even deceptively hard. It's not deceptively simple seeming in my head. It's annoying in my head. Anyway, let's extract the ahoge. So that can be drawn as well. I want multiple ahoges eventually, by the way. Like I want the I want the head. I want the ahoge to like sort of wiggle. By the way, should we get some really primitive animation going? Because what we could do is let's make it so you can choose which eyes you have. So we're going to need an enum to contain the versions, the different eyes that are possible. Let's make an enum, call it ly eyes or eye type, maybe? But what do I even call this? Sure, Long Yook eye type, sure, whatever. And do we need a semicolon there? Yeah. So we're gonna have idle. We're gonna have empty, closed up and closed down. This is like a difference between this and that. So it's the closed down is uwu and closed up is win. Why does that sound like the beginning of a Windows function call? Empty, hyper, no, the only other ones. Idle, empty, hyper. Oh, that's not true, we went the sparkling ones. Oh, there they are. There's idle. Idle, empty, hyper, closed up, closed down, sparkle 1, sparkle 2. Sparkle that one. I guess we should do the same with mouths as well. This can just be a one-liner. Mouth type. we have... Just making sure we're not missing any. We don't need the tail. It would be nice to have a tail that can animate eventually, but I'm not going to do that just now. I'm not going to redraw the alga either yet. The different sprites of that. Maybe I'll fiddle around with that off screen. Takes me an embarrassingly long amount of time to make even pixel art look okay. Even such low resolution, I'll be like, what about if I put this pixel on it? Oh, what about that one? I'm doing so many hand gestures and you can't see any of them. I'm now noticing this camera is tilted. I can see the... yeah. I can see the range of pixels that can turn on. Why is it moving further? What's going on? Okay. Oh my god, why did I touch it? I touched it because it was not in view how I wanted it to be. You know what makes it even harder to fix in position? The delay. Okay, I think that's better. So the mouth, we're gonna have small... Well, these are just... Are these not just... Oh, they are done as colon. But I'm pretty sure idle, if I do this, idle just becomes a word that I can type, right? Yeah, this is silly. So I'm gonna prefix it with... I type idle, I guess. It's also silly me putting Long Yook because the entire thing is about Long Yook. I don't think there's going to be else that has eyes that change. So ET idle, ET empty, hyper, sparkle 1, sparkle 2, closed up and closed down. Then this will be mouth type small, mouth type straight, I guess I'll do next, because that's closed as well, kind of. Whatever. Closed, happy. Maybe I'll just open, happy. But these are not great names either. They're also not great mouth shapes. I was just drawing some, I'm not entirely sure what's going to be used for what. Some of these might not be used for anything. Text has eyes that can change. Oh my god, not like that. Not that kind of eye. Okay, so drawing a Long Yook, we want to know the X, the tail length. We also want to know what eyes and what mouth. So we're going to use an eye type. Let's just call this the current eye type. And mouth type. Mouth type current. And now we need to decide on a sprite for the eyes. Ah!
Cheese?
So what we could do... Hi Long, welcome, my cheese. Why did you throw cheese while saying hi, cutie? Temptation to bump the camera for dramatic effect. Polarizing, but I won't, otherwise I have to position it again. I'll just wave a thing in front of it. Hi, cutie. Ah!
Cheese.
What is that face, Memjuice? ASCII worm. Is it looking upwards? Thanks for the hydration! I'm gonna use water for this as well rather than Yan juice, because I feel like I can drink more of it. In one go, then I can drink Yan juice in one go. Okay, so we could make a switch statement. that chooses the eyes and the mouth. But I think what I want to do instead is make a lookup table. And this can just be a constant lookup table. Wait, all of this stuff... Wait, have I defined all of this to be constant? Wait a minute. I haven't defined any of these to be constant even. Oh my god. Maybe this is where all this storage space is going to as well. Maybe the storage space is going to all of this stuff. When you see how much stuff is used somewhere. There. Or there specifically. Or there, no, there actually, sorry, there. Maybe that was so... Maybe it's not talkie. Like, I'm not using talkie. I'm still including it though, so that's why I was thinking maybe it's writing the data even if it's not being called, but... Alright, let's re-change this. I'm actually quite surprised that this all fits in RAM. I didn't like calculating how big it is or anything, but... Just feels like a lot, you know? Let's redefine... Can we have a constant sprite as well? Like, that would allow this constant sprite to be in program memory. Maybe we don't need to worry about it too much. We definitely should put these in there. Let's see if the memory usage changes. So the last time it was uploaded, the amount of space used was 2208 RAM. Took words right out of your mouth. Look! We have a little a Long Yook up here. Look in this region up here. The camera view. This has been drawn by this function called draw Long Yook, which drew these individual parts. But right now the eye type and the mouth type are hard coded, so I was about to make a way to change them. So you can say, I want a Long Yook with these eyes and this mouth. We're already able to customize the tail length, which is pretty cool. Okay, we're gonna replace all of these. Now that these are all consts, let's see if the less RAM is used. So it was 2208. Now let's see. Might show warnings. That's a lot of warnings. Oh, actually, it's warning about invalid conversion from const to just not const. Really? Oh yeah, right. I remember that now. It was this way around. It was this way around. I started changing that to be constant, no, but I was doing it for a different reason, so I put it back. So now let's put it back again, or forward, I guess you could say. If I put it back twice, is it forward? So this is actually going to be a const for the pixel source. Every time we're looking at a U8 pixel source something, that needs to be constant now. Which I guess will make drawing the sprite slower as well, if accessing the flash is slower. Okay. Wait, where's the problem? Pixel data equals this. Oh, right, I need to define this as const as well. Okay, try again. Probably forgot to change some things. No, that looks like it has fixed it. Now it just wants me to provide the eyes and mouth type when I'm calling this. So sure, let's do that. What I wanted to do was... Oh wait, I didn't even end this either. What I wanted to do was call this with one of the sparkle things and then wait a bit and then the other sparkle thing. So we can get the sparkling eyes animating. The mouth type, let's do... mouth type open happy. Is it good now? We're still not happy. What's it missing? What's it complaining about now? Too few arguments still? What are you talking about? I think this is Visual Studio Code being Visual Studio Code. How is it too few arguments? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is Visual Studio Code so slow to update this? Sometimes it's painfully slow. Anyway, what we're going to do is draw it and wait until they're all sent, and then wait a little bit before we do the next one. See, it's fine with this. I just hadn't bothered to recheck this. Oh, I think it's because this is the last thing. When it last attempted to compile, it was like this. It encountered this problem. Anyway, okay. Better? Oh, okay. Now I need 2 problems where it's warning that we're not using the I type. Yes, okay, we're using less RAM now. 1920. Previously we were using... How much? Is it still in view? 1872? Wait, we're using more space now? Wait, what? Wait, why are we using more space now? Wait, why are we using more space now? 1872 before. Oh, this is RAM, sorry, this is specifically RAM 1872. And now we're using 1920. What is using the... What, how can we possibly be using more RAM? Is it the... enums? Sprites themselves could be defined a constant if I really wanted to. I don't understand why that's using more. It's actually not that much more, but it is a bit more. And I don't understand why. This is like global variables, right? These are the only global variables I've changed. I changed them to be const. Configurable Long Yook parts? Yes! Hi Chris, welcome. I find that the linter just gets stuck sometimes. Kinda does. It's kinda silly, isn't it? Okay, let's make a lookup array for this. A lookup table. Let's call this... It's gonna be a lookup of LCD sprites, I guess. You know what? Since the drawer wants an address to one of these, what I'm gonna do is make this lookup table just an address to one of these. That way we don't have an entire copy of the whole damn thing as well, and it just takes up 4 bytes instead of 4, 8, 12, I guess, bytes. Oh, actually it'd only be 6 bytes. Maybe it'd be stretched to 8 bytes, I don't know. Because the point is going to be 4 bytes. 5, 6, and then it probably wants to align it to a multiple of 4 bytes or something. How much are you allocating for the stack? Might be a large chunk of the 2 kilobytes you're using. I'm not sure what you mean by how much am I allocating for the stack. I don't know what you mean by that. Hi, Taffelt. Let me try a thing. Where is my main? Where's my real main? Here it is. What if I just do nothing and I put a loop? Does it still include the things that are not used? Okay, now it's 1368. Let's... I can't easily comment stuff out, can I? Let's put this back. 920. Let's remove all of this. And stop doing all this. We'll just call LCD draw sprite transfer with a random thing. Let's make a fake sprite for a moment. LCD sprite. We need to make a fake array first, I guess. Actually, no, we can just pass in a 0 there, I guess. What is going on? What is this 2 out of 3 unnamed constel? What am I reading? What the fuck is this? Visual Studio Code, are you feeling okay? What is this? Huh? Do I just need to restart Visual Studio Code? That's very strange. Oh, I see that I was doing something wrong. I still don't understand what it was saying, but I was doing something wrong. Okay, so can I just pass 0 for this? And then I'll say that, oh no, sorry, no, that's not what I meant. I meant, there is a sprite, Nyan, dummy Nyan, where the .pixel data, I guess I could just not set the pixel data to anything, and then I'm just going to set numcols to 0, so that it's not actually going to try to use any of that, and numbanks to 0. And then I can just pass this in here and draw that at position 0, 0, sure. What's the problem? Oh, every time. Where is the thing? There it is. So 1920. Now that we don't have any of this stuff to find, wherever it is. (1920) is now 1872. Okay, so most of the space is not being used up by this at all. So even though I wasn't marking them as constant, the compiler must have like just seen that, yeah, stuff never being changed, let's just make it constant. That's both pretty damn cool and also kinda concerning, because where the fuck is that space coming from then? The stack is where my local variables go. Usually there's a line in the linker script. Oh, this RAM space thingy is not counting local variables. I'm fairly sure it's only counting global variables. It's not like doing like a complicated analysis as far as I know. As far as I know, it's like the Arduino one, which only counts global variables. I think. Let's stop importing talkies, and I think it's safe to do that because I'm not calling it anywhere. Just need to remove that. No, we're still referring to it down here. Fine, we'll properly comment that out. Where's the .c? Is that the thing that I've already... Yeah, let's come to that. Okay, let's see. So this is no talkie now. Now it's 504. And 504 is the size of the canvas for the LCD. Here. So that is the only global thing now. Okay. That is good. This is indeed the only thing that should be... the only big global thing that should be in RAM at this point. Okay, that's really reassuring. So maybe if I mark some of this stuff as constants in here, we will save a bunch of space. Like I said earlier, I don't want to do that now because I want to benchmark any, I want to see if it messes up the performance. But wow! Holy! Welcome! Hi! Welcome to Spheriphoria! Hello, hi! Welcome Malware guy as well, welcome! I'm sorry, I'm having to speak quietly right now because the time is... excuse my choppy transitions. Nearly midnight, and people are trying to sleep in the room behind me. Also, yeah, it's only 30 degrees in my room. How's your stream? It's Florian. What are you up to? Also, normally I'm 3D, but there's a camera looking at... My camera's looking at things instead of my face. Adding a histogram visualizer? Interesting. Histogram visualizer? Why are so many people queuing up cheese throws? Is crazy. That sounds like it would be visually pleasing. Hang on, I have to get cheese. 1 sec. Ah!
That's it.
That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous.
Cheese.
Yeah, normally I'm 3D.
Cheese.
Normally I'm 3D, but the webcam
That's
is
it, acting.
looking at a thing down here right now. This in the top right, that's blah 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 blah. This thing is a live view. Anyway, that sounds like something visually pleasing. If you have a screenshot, would you like to share it? How'd it go? I think you should be able to post a link. I mean, I know you should be able to post a link. But yeah, hi, I hope you went well. I guess I should explain myself. Explain who I am. I'm a weird cat. There you go. Explained. I am working on code for a, controlling this LCD, to draw this. When it drew this was a completely hard-coded bitmap. And it was drawn here. I split it up into a bunch of parts, like this and this. The eyes and the mouth, this thing which I haven't saved, and the head. And various different eyes. Look at them all. And I converted those all to, like, code. Why is one of these things... There it is. I accidentally merged one of them. Thank you for the follow, Shido-saka. Hi. And hi, Adpex Twin. Welcome, Adpex Twin Dong. Hi. So yeah, I'm trying to make a function that will draw all of these things. And I was just commenting out a bunch of things to see where my RAM was going. I now know where my RAM is going, so it's okay. I can bring back all of this stuff. It was not this that was eating up the RAM. This is being controlled by a microcontroller, an STM32 microcontroller. This is all eventually going to be like a electronic pet project. Think of a Tamagotchi. I want to be able to run on batteries for a long time. Here's the microcontroller that's running on. If anyone's interested, it's this. And yeah, I'm trying to make a function that can draw this little creature based on individual bitmaps that are pieces together, so that you can choose what type of eyes, what type of mouth, and how long the tail should be. And that's basically it. And there's a bunch of testy stuff in here that doesn't need to be there anymore. Let's see what happens now. Right. What size is... Oh, it's still only 552 bytes of RAM. That's super nice. Okay. So it was mostly being used by the Talkie library for the audio, which we're not testing now, so... And since I'm no longer including it and stuff... Ah! I get why it was still being done! Even though I was never calling speak on that library, it was... Thank you for the follow, RockZombie2. Hi. I guess the reason it was still including all of that stuff is because I still had these timer interrupt service routines set up which uses that library here. Because these are like interrupt service routines, it like the compiler can't know if like it doesn't understand that I'm not turning the timer on or not. Like this is hardware stuff. And so it doesn't know that this is never going to be called. It's just like, you know, like a volatile thing. So it just has to include code for it, I guess. I guess that's why it was including all that stuff, even though it's not being used. But let's find out. Let's include the thing now. But now that I don't have these interrupt service routines, they're commented out. Let's see if it still uses only a small amount of RAM. 552 bytes. Does it go back up to like 1800? It stays as 552! Okay, so I guess that was it. If we put these interrupt service routines back, is that what causes it to go up? Oh, it failed actually because I'm not even defining this anymore. Oh, I guess it could have been that. Let's define the voice. Where's the voice? (552) still 552. Okay, even though we're defining the voice, it's still 552. But as soon as we use the voice here, is this when it goes up? Yeah, 1920. Okay. But maybe it's not necessarily because it's in the timers. Maybe just a voice dot anything. We'll use it. Just like if I were to use voice dot speak or dot say. Can I just pass in a 0 to that? Is it going to be happy with that? This is obviously not going to run correctly. I just want to see what happens to the size. Not even that makes the size go up to, well, it does a little bit, but not up to the 19,000. Okay, that's very interesting. So it really is having those interrupt service routines. Fascinating, actually. That's really cool to know. Anyway, we don't need to be doing that, and we don't need to be including this. We're not doing any of this stuff now. This is just LCD stuff for fiddling around with today. If it is marked as static, it will know that it never gets called. Interesting. Yeah, it's a new command. A bunch of people were interested, and I kept having to find the link, so I just made it a command. But yeah, hi Azrael, and hi Retro as well. You are here now. Welcome. And Oz, hi Oz. If it's marked as static, it will also know to keep inflated balloons away from it. Could we because the voice members called and the ISRs are automatically optimized out? The thing is that the size is only big when the ISRs are defined. When the ISRs are not defined, it's small. And because it's an ISR, it has to include it. Because it's like a volatile thingy that is just might be called by something. Hold on a second, I have to hydrate and post check. Thank you, Stu. How is the Yook? More hydrated than I was 10 seconds ago. Stretched as well. The kidneys are alright at the moment, thank you, Stu. Oh, I got a Nyan as well. Ness. That's my favorite console. Nyan. There you go, Stu. Thank you. Back to looking? Yeah, no worries, no worries. I appreciate you hang out. And the follow. Okay, I kind of like the way she's just
Nyan.
Yeah, indeed. I kind of like the way she's just peeking around the chat like that. Look at her. It's like, whoop. Whoop. Oh yes, so what I was about to do was make a lookup table to convert from these. You know what? This is kind of silly. Why don't I just pass a pointer to the eyes that I want? Because that's the only thing that I'm going to change. Why don't I literally just pass the address of the sprite for the eyes? Let's just call it spr eyes current. And this is a pointer to it. How did I define that in there? Did I put the asterisk after or before? I put it after the space. trying to get into a habit of doing that because you can write something like this. If you wanted a pointer to a U32, you can write it like this. Now, if you needed a second pointer to a U32, if you write this, guess what? This is now a pointer. This is not a pointer. What in the legibility of code? What in my inability to speak? Because this is equivalent to this. But now it becomes obvious that this is a pointer and this is not. It's so silly. So I'm trying to put the asterisks afterwards so that it's immediately obvious. Even though this makes more sense to me. Because this is a type, right? This is a type. It's a pointer to a U32. So I want to put the type space the name. Anyway, this now is not the time to be getting into rants about C. And we can just draw this here. And this here. We don't need an address of an address. And then here we will pass in Spur Eyes Sparkle 1.
Casseri.
Why? By the way, these names were automatically generated, which is why they're a little bit inconsistent. Like, they're using snake case and this, they're not uppercase. I actually could have named them differently to make them not be like that, but... I didn't. And now I'm suffering. It's not really that much of a hardship. Okay, so now we don't even need these enums. Maybe in the future we will, but right now we don't, so I'm commenting them out. Bloop. Does it build without warnings? It does! Okay. Should we see if it works? Will we actually get a Long Yook drawn with the sparkly eyes and a happy mouth? And like a quarter of a second later we get the corresponding like complementary sparkle eyes so they actually animate? I think we should try it. Upload. Hi Chris! Zoom out a bit so we can see the whole Long Yook. Oh my god! That's so cute. Okay, it works. Look at those sparkling eyes! Ah! Nice. As they say, see it as like a box of chocolates. Opening it is undefined behavior. True. Pointerness not being directly part of the type is very CE. What does the following do? Int star A, B. Yeah. That is indeed. We were saying the same thing. Thank you, the pants cabbage. So as a real test, we could try to have this scroll across the screen. This should just work, even though the expositions of these are going to be like gradually going. Oh, why am I wide? Even though the X, well, even if the X goes minus, like part of the head will be off the screen before any of the eyes are off the screen, etc. This function and this function should just handle that. It should all just work and it won't draw things that are fully off screen. It will draw from the visible part the things that are on screen. So this will be a good test. But I'm not going to have this animate the sparkles while it's doing this because it's going to be... You know what? Yes, I am actually. Let's do a thing. We'll put this into a loop where the X goes down. I don't know how wide the Long Yook is. We could make a function that is get Long Yook width, actually. This is going to return sine 32, I guess, for speed. Get Long Yook width, where you pass in the tail length, and it simply returns everything up until the thingy plus the width of the... I guess, wait, no, sorry. Returns, so speaking, I said the word returns. How dare I speak? Do you reckon because the sprites... Oh, the sprites are not constant though, are they? The sprites themselves are not constant. Do you think... Well, I mean, if the pixel data is constant, that means it will have a constant number of columns and a constant number of banks. So I could make this constant as well. And then the sprite itself could also be const. I might need to change this slightly. I might only just say const here actually, and then it might just work. Hi Hagen. My reason for doing that would be that if I could like do some maths on the properties of these structs, and it should just compile to a constant, right? Like if I make this return head dot numcalls plus the tail length plus the tail end dot numcalls. Well, I'd do all the constant parts first and then I'd add tail length. Then it should just, you know, the head's number of columns plus the tail number of columns should just work, right? Otherwise, I can just measure the width of this and subtract the tail part. We know that this is 33 pixels wide on the tail. So this would be 64 pixels wide minus 33. So 64 minus 33 is 31. So I guess the parts that are not the tail are 31, so it'd be 31 plus tail length. But it'd be pretty cool to get that, like, based on this, wouldn't it? Hi Haken! Though, I already said that, but I'm saying it again. Hi Haken! Why do the eyes make me think of the DJ deck thingies? It's kind of funny. Precious Yook, big and small. Aww. Yook expansion 1. Extra memories. She does. She do mlem sometimes. Just sometimes. It'd be very nice if I could make it so that she can come across other Long Yooks and like they can clean each other like this. It wraps just at the perfect moment. It is 29.5. Stay tuned for Yook expansion 2, wrap of the long integer. Holy crap, that's a long one. Wrap of the long tail would be kind of cute though, because it just like goes. Whee! This is not a hook or a tadpole or anything else. This is a Long Yook, okay? $31. Oh my goodness. For Norway or Finland, I always forget. So I don't know if there's enough space. Why can't I draw on this thing? I don't know if there's much space to be able to curl the tail around like that, but it'd be very nice to be able to get something like that, you know? But it's so close to the bottom of the screen already. But when sleeping, something like that would be really cute. Tail shader? No. I could draw it one bank up, starting here, and that would allow 8 more pixels. Oh, I can't move it up apparently. Why? Whatever. I'm gonna mark this as const. And now have to change this, I guess. So we're gonna replace this with this. Wait, what? Not for you, you didn't need to change. And then replace LCD sprite with const LCD sprite. Oh yeah, now they're all aligned. Oh, these are kind of more great. Wait, how do I? Oh yeah. Okay, so it's not possible to have line continuations? Oh, multi-line, multi-thingy selection if... Like non-contiguous, like these, and then like one down here as well. Oh wait, it is! Oh, you just keep holding Alt. Okay, but then it does weird things if you try to complete it. You can do it manually, it looks. But if you do a shift, then it just selects everything from first to last. Interesting. Okay, let's see if this works. I guess I should probably change this to const here as well, and a const here as well. This already is const. I should change this definition to const as well. And this one. And make sure that this also accepts const. Right, 6 problems. Ah, no problems all of a sudden. Nice. Just hadn't updated, I guess. Does it compile? 560 bytes. 504 bytes! Oh my god! That's amazing! Wow! Okay. So 560 minus 504. So it was 560, now it's 504. That's 56. How many sprites do we have? Well, how much space do we expect each sprite to take up? Just the sprite itself. So that's a pointer, that's a U8, and that's a U8. So 6 bytes, but it might want them 32-bit aligned, so let's say 8 bytes. So let's divide that by 8. 7. So are we using 7 sprites? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then, well, there are 2 different eyes actually, so one of these will be 7. So this makes perfect sense. So it was keeping the sprites themselves in RAM, but now they're in Flash only, which is nice, which means that we can probably no longer hardcode the 31 and instead return the head dot numcodes -1 because the tail overlaps the rightmost pixel, plus for tail end dot numcodes that is, plus the tail length. Let's see if we were to plug in the length of this tail, not plug in the tail, but just plug in the length of this tail. That would be correct. So it's a 33 pixel tail, and the total width is 64. So if we plug in 33, do we get 64? What the? What am I reading? Okay, so is it saying that this is 21? Yes, because there's 22 here and it's -1, so 21 plus... Oh my god, can you... Do I really have to put in parentheses to get you to tell me what it is? 11. Oh my god, okay. So we have 21 plus 11, and if I add the tail length of 33, 65. We're off by 1. 21 plus 11 plus 21 plus 11 plus 33. 65. We're off by 1. I measured up to here as the tail length. Interesting. So the tail should be this wide. which is 10 pixels wide. Is the tail end 10 pixels wide? Tail end 11. Well, that's why we're off by one. What does the tail look like? Did I include one too many pixels by mistake? Tail end looks like this. It's not amazingly helpful. We've got like 1 pixel there, and I can't even tell what's going on. Let me put this on paint or something that doesn't support transparency. Okay. The right side's correct. Did I include one too many pixels on the left? Yeah, I did. We've got one. Look, counting the black pixels, different vertical positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's a single pixel. And here we have 1. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, and then there's a single pixel. Wait, that's correct. Okay, what's going on here? This is 11. Ah. Right, okay, so that is what this picture is. This bitmap is this, but I should have made it that one pixel less wide. Because this part is entirely drawn by the middle of the tail. That's what I called 33 pixels wide. So yeah, the tail has 1 extra pixel that it shouldn't have. The end of the tail. Yeah, this should be 1 shorter. The left edge should look like this, 2 pixels, not 1 pixel. Okay, let's remake the tail. It's kind of a miracle that well, I was about to say that I've only messed up the tail, but frankly, I probably have messed up more things. I just haven't realized yet. So fresh and cool here, that'd be really nice as well. That's what you get for living on the sunny side and beneath the roof. And with flipping insulation in the walls as well. Hyper-puke, that's the spirit. I probably have messed up a lot of things indeed. You start nosebleeding at that temperature? Oh no, Chris! Tail shaded, not this time. Shrimp puke? Yes, it does look like that. I realized I already mentioned or responded to tail shaded, but whatever. Alright, let's re-export just this. Export as tail end. Yep. We only need 1 frame. It looks the same on all frames currently. I might change that to have like a wiggleable tail. Which would mean that the length of the Long Yook is gonna change actually. It's kind of annoying, isn't it? I guess I'll just use the longest that it will ever be. I'll measure the width of the longest tail piece. Selected frames. Export. Now our tail should not have that extra little... Why does it still look like that? Oh, I'm looking at the old one. Hold on. It's silly that I have 2... It's silly that I have 2 paths for all these. Let me actually get rid of this and I'll just change the address, the path that it processes to this instead. Blop, blop. I love having to double up on backslashes in C. And Python. If I'm not mistaken. Alright, let's see what happens. Boop. Does it actually manage? It did! This is, oops, I just made a shortcut to this folder inside this folder. Well, it's made a text file and it looks like it's actually worked. Let's just copy, oh, hang on, right, I wanted them to be const, didn't I? Let's make it so that it actually writes const. And for this as well. Then I indented this like slightly further. There. And run it again. What am I doing? I have too much stuff
Cheese?
open. No, no cheese. Nice. So tail end. Ah!
Cheese.
Hi. So let's just replace this BMP and Sprite with this. Wait. Why is the tail shorter? Something's gone wrong here. It's only riding 2. It's only riding 2 banks instead of 3. Which is why there's 2 lines of text. It draws 1 bank per line. Alright. The cheese is proof we still exist, isn't? Yeah, exactly. Ovaknucked is so silly. Where's my thing? Here it is. What did I choose to export? What is the file? The file looks like... Did I even check it? I don't think I checked it. Tail end. There. Oh my god, just drag the file. 10 by 14. Ah, right. I need to do it. Oh my god. I'm amazed I didn't make this mistake on the other things. But I need to do it aligned to the row. So we need to go from here to there. And we could continue further, but I don't need to. I am retro. Off to bed I go. I missed that rolling face. Bye bye, have a nice rest. This is cool having you hang out again. I hope you're able to have a not melting night. Can I modify my selection? Can I just like transform the selection? How do you do this? Transform selection. Is that even possible? Can you transform selection? Order? I guess I can just subtract from it though. Okay, so that's what I want. I explored that. As well as tail end. Boop. Yep. I thought purple was transparent. I guess purple is not transparent. Maybe only when it's exporting a GIF. Interesting. Boop. Third time's a charm, question mark? I think this has probably been more than 3 times. Okay, looks good. Looks fantastic. Is it transparent though? It is. Okay. Run the code. It's done. Grab the tail. Grab the tail. Okay, it looks like it's 3 lines long now because it says 3 and there are 3 lines. Boop. Now number columns is 10, and so do we get the number 64 now? Let's double check. 21 plus 10 is 31 plus 33. And tell me if I'm wrong, but it sure looks like it's gonna be 64. It's 64. Okay, let's see if this compiles to precisely the same number of bytes. Whether I'm using this or the other one, so let's get an updated thingy. It was 2728. Right, so 2720. So now, let's do the... I understand how the size has gone down when I just changed the definition of this, but okay, whatever. So, does this essentially get converted to this? 2720 should be the same, right? take a close look at this text. Yes! Okay, it's still 2720. That's super nice. That means I don't need to have this magic number in here and it can just be based on this and change correctly if I change these things. -1 because tail overlaps the rightmost column of head. It's outline. Alright, well, this seems to work, so let's now try to make this scroll left to right. And we can now work this out. Tail length, get long yoke width. So what we could do is basically do the same thing again, but I'm going to replace some of these things in here. Let's merge, essentially we're going to merge this with this. This is code that draws, well we can actually get rid of some of this. This is a drawing text, we know text works, now we don't need to draw text anymore. This clears the canvas, drew the hard-coded sprite, like hard-coded Long Yook sprite. Just the entire, this. Without the extra pixels. And then moved the X to the left a bit. And it did this sliding from fully off screen to the right to fully off screen to the left. Now fully off screen needs to be calculated in advance how far that is, because, you know, this doesn't exist anymore because this doesn't exist anymore. Also, hi Psychic Salad! Thank you for the hydration pulse check, I will do that in 1 moment. Let me just do this first. Let's get the LY width, the Long Yook width equals this. The tail length we're going to be using. Guess I can put this here. Tail length. I could hash define it to be honest, but let's just call this S32. Let's be sensible. Can we say const S32 equals this, even though this is a function? Would this work? Hard-coded nyanjis? I will take a step in just a moment. Because this is a function, right? It's probably going to say you can't choose a constant. You can't use a function thingy for a constant. Because this doesn't return like a constant. Is there even a meaning to returning a constant? Is that even possible? But it is just based on adding 2 numbers together. A constant value, as we've determined this is constant already, and this. And this value itself is constant. So the value from this is always going to be the same. But, you know, it's going to be knowable at runtime if it's really, really clever. I don't know if it's really, really clever though. Let's see if it's really, really clever. It's not complaining. Does it complain if this is not constant? No. Well, we'll see if it compiles, I guess. I will do it in 1 sec, I promise, Psychic. I just want to move this all over. Because we're so close to being done. Now we'll just do this instead. And we're going to choose the eye sparkle based on this in a way that this changes every now and then. So what we're going to do is just take the X value and we'll like, so what should we do? Let's look at the second last bit. That will change every 2 X positions. What about the third last bit that will change every 4? That'll be every time this reaches like 66 times 4. Which is really similar to how the speed was originally changing it. So yeah, this sounds great. Let's look at this bit. So this and 1 shifted left by. So 0 will change every 1, every 2, every 4. Wait, I could literally just type 4 and then it makes sense that it happened every 4. So if this is a 0 or is a 1, we'll do iSparkle 1. And if it is a 0, we'll do iSparkle 2. Just to make this slightly more readable. I put this in parentheses. We good? Expression must have integral or unscoped enum. What? What? You're not allowed to... Oh, right, there should be a colon. Oh, there we are. Yep. Thank you, the fault. I was about to say, can inline if only return integers? Okay, does this compile? Oh, I should remove the other one. Because it's never going to execute. That's why the size is the same. Now let's remove this, and the size should be different. And we'll see if it's really, really okay with this, I guess. It is! What if this is not constant then? I mean, I guess I could still say that that is only getting set once. What if I try and just read a random register, like the control register or status register if there's one? There is. So this is now a volatile value, so it can't possibly know what this value is ahead of time. Is it still going to be okay with setting a constant thingy to a value that it doesn't know ahead of time? It is. Why is it okay with that? I mean, okay, whatever. Maybe I just don't understand what a const means. Am I thinking of const expr? Okay, now it doesn't like that we're calling a function. Oh, okay. So what the fuck's the point of a const then? Man. Whatever. Oh wait, I just deleted the thing that I need. Alright, let's upload it and see if it works. This should scroll from right to left and the eyes should be changing every 4 frames, which is like every quarter of a second. And let's see if it works. This may go very wrong. I haven't tested this tail, like the tail stretchy, the stretched sprite drawing routine. Handling, going off screen. And while it uploads, I'm gonna hydrate and posture check. Thank you, psych! This is very silly of me. I should be drawing it at this X position. What's 15? The tail length. I'll put that in there. Let's try again. I mean, it's kind of working. The sparkling is just fractionally slower than before. Oh my god, look at it! It's so hard to tell the eyes are changing there. That looked like it worked. Let me slow this down more so that I can be sure. I want to make sure that there's no glitches on like the frames where it's crossing the boundaries. I'm like burning a hole in the screen right now, looking at it really closely with my eyes. I hate to say it, but it looks like it's just working perfectly. What the hell? Laser eye Yook? Yes. Is it noticeably faster scrolling when the rest of it's off screen? Not really. I'm sure we could measure a difference with the scope though. Wait, is it like is it just me or is it way slower when it's off the right hand side? Let me reset it. I think I'm imagining things. I think I might also be being confused a bit by the fact that the camera's not running at a super high frame rate and is not matching the frame rate of the LCD. So some frames just by chance look slightly longer than others. I would expect it to be taking not as much time to draw the tail end of Long Yook. This reminds me of a meme. The Legend of Zelda. You could read it as the leg end of Zelda. You have the leg end of Zelda, and you have the head end of Zelda. So it's like the tail end of Long Yook and the head end of Long Yook. The leg end of Zelda, I swear. C23 and C was 11, 14? I actually don't know what version it is. Oh my god! What is this animation meant to be? Jam! Oh, Jam, okay. That's so cursed, but it's amazing. Got it to work. I did! Thank you as well, column still, sorry. Wait, did I stretch? I'm gonna stretch again just in case. Const only means doesn't change from where it's defined. I see. But then, like, if the compiler wants, it can do additional optimizations, like it did here by like evaluating this at compile time, I guess. That's very. I'm kind of impressed that it was able to do that. Well, I mean, we've... Oh, wait, hang on. You know, there's one part missing. We don't quite have the entirety of the Long Yook yet. Spot the difference. We need the Ahagen. Which, embarrassingly, spans 2 banks. But anyway, it's kind of sad, isn't it? But yeah, I want this to eventually be able to animate, so... But I'm not in the mood to be trying to draw a wiggly thingy. I think trying to learn how to draw like a flowing wiggly thing might be... Like it always starts from the same origin down there might be hard. Because if it doesn't have to always start from the same origin, you can always just, like, you know, draw that and then crop it to like the top few pixels here. If you see what I mean. Like the top few pixels of the sprite would be this. But if it always has to bend from the origin to like this or this or this and stuff, I might need to actually put some effort into it. Bear in mind, I'm a programmer. There are some programmers in this group of vtuber streamery people that I'm part of that actually are able to draw as well as program. The fabled few. I am not one of them. I am the kind of programmer why the meme of programmer art exists. Okay, we're gonna export this tail and visible layers. There's just this one that always looks the same. We're gonna call this... Oh, okay. Boop. Let's add one more to this badly hard-coded list. You know, I kind of actually do want to do what someone earlier suggested and put a null pointer in at the end. And that's how we stop. Because now that I'm changing this, it's concerning to me. Can you put a comment in the middle of a line and then this just continues below? Looks like you can. I can actually put it at the end. Must always needs a terminating nullpture string to mark end of file. End of array. That's what terminating means, but whatever. I don't know why I'm repeating myself. So now we just modify this function that goes through the files, and we'll simply say, oh, you know what we can do? We can change this to something very satisfying. Let's increment the pointer until the pointer is 0. So I'm gonna do that by saying file name current pointer, I guess. Pointer file name current, yeah. It's gonna be HR star. This is copied from a previous bit of code where I was putting the stars on the left of the space rather than the right of the space. Oh, even there I was putting that. Oh, whatever. What is consistency? What is a naming convention? Anyway, this is gonna originally be file each, and while the value here is not 0, we can just do this, and we pass this, and then we increment the thingy itself. Yeah. Value of type const star can be used. Okay, can I make that const? Does that make sense?
It puts the cat and puts ice cubes in the neon juice.
Oh, that'd be nice. The little dancing tail. It'd be fun to get like a tail dance like that. It might look a little bit silly though. I mean, it looks silly here, but that's fine. But I want it to look like the tail is detaching.
Cheese time.
On a Tamagotchi. I mean the pet Long Yook. Maybe the animation you can make the most of that second bank. Yeah, true. Wait, no, the second bank I won't be able to make the much of it because it's going to... It's not going to go down here much. But with the tail, definitely, I'm using 3 banks for the tail, and yeah, I can have some freedom of motion here, I guess. I should probably add comments for this very cryptic looking code. Points to first file name, which is pointer to first char of a string. While we haven't gone past last file name and reached null true, terminating null pointer. Process this file name, advancing to pointer of next file name afterwards. Now, does it work? It ran, it didn't crash, and there it is! There's Yahage right at the end. Sprahage, as weird as that looks. Very nice. Let me change the name to capitalized. I don't know why I made it uncapitalized. Run it again. Yoink. I just need to know where it goes vertically. I'm gonna put that here because it's right next to the head. This is kind of cool, isn't it? That we're forcing this to be in the Flash memory with the constants and then we're drawing it and it all just seems to be working. This is kind of cool. So we draw the head, then we can draw the Ahage. Where does this belong? I think it will be banked to. 0, 1, 2, yep. And then XYs, this would be 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I may be slightly abusing the selection tool to work that out, but... Wait, can I just move the selection? I cannot. Oh, wait, it's locked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. Eight it is. And with that, we should have an hugger. And I need to change the definition of Long Yook, even though we're like calling it down here. Wow, it's like a program. Why does this menu stay there? That's what should appear. Well, I mean, she's gonna be off screen and freezes during the upload. There it is! Look at that! Nice. Very happy. Very happy with this. Hell yes. Should I see if I can get the tail sliding animation going? That would be really cool. Like the way the tail grows and shrinks, because we can have a dynamic tail length. Forecast for 12 o'clock tomorrow, 28 Celsius. Ah, please alive! So the tail stretch is basically... The tail grows at the same rate as the left point is decreasing. That way the right side of the tail stays at the same position and the left side moves. And then we stop decreasing the left side and the tail side decreases in length back to the original length. So it's like a two-stage loop. So let's do that. Instead of just doing this, let's have a two-stage loop. So first stage is going to be move left side while stretching tail. So this is for S32, so it's going to start, what should I call this? Current X. Let's call this X outer. I guess we want this to subtract by how much. Actually, we could just make this not do anything. We could just make this a while loop. And say that this resets here. And this is not even outer, this is going to be whatever it was before. Current X, I think. Yeah. While current X is larger than this, and we won't decrease it there. We'll just, these loops will take care of that. So we'll, we want to know how many, we want to know like the, oh, we want some reference that is the number of pixels we've moved during this slide. So what would I call that? Num pixels slid, I guess. Okay, sure. I guess we want to define the length of a slide as well. Length of a slide is going to be maybe 6 pixels? Pixels for sure. Look at me doing consts instead of hash defines. Are people proud of me? So while this, so we thought this is 0. While num-pixel slid is less than len slide, num-pixel slid plus plus. And during this time, we decrement this and we increment this. That's it. Oh, we can't do that because it's constant. Good point. I know it's really best practice. Are you gonna make a Yook snake game where small pieces of cheese are eaten? Nah, that's not my goal. I'd have to have like a really small snake, Long Yook sprite for that. I basically need to redraw her. By the way, I didn't plan on having her slide in a way like this, by the way. I wanted the camera to always follow her, and I was planning on this having a very low frame rate. But who knows? Just for now, let's do this because I think it'll look cute. Let's draw. I guess we wanna send and wait until send. It's such a common thing that we're doing right now. I was tempted, and this. Stop for minutes as well. This should almost just be its own thing, but only for while we're debugging. Like it's not eventually gonna work that way because this is being done by DME, so we can be preparing other things. So, like usually we'll do some other things between here, and then we'll just this will ensure that these have been sent while we have been using some time with useful stuff, which will appear there. So for now, I'll just copy and paste, I guess. Should we do the sparkle thing still? I guess we can do that. It's just part of the one-liner, so it's not a big deal. So this is the first sliding part. Now for the second part is shrink tail while keeping left side still. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna do something for the length of a slide again. The same number of times, basically. We're now gonna shrink the tail, so the tail length is gonna return to the original length because it's the same number of pixels, the same number of frames. But we don't decrement this. And now we just do this. And I need some weight here, otherwise she's gonna be sliding at flipping light speed. That might look hilarious, but it's also bringing me too fast to see clearly, so. This is all we need. This might slide her fully off screen, but then this will catch it and reset this eventually. This might be all we need for a sliding Long Yook. I can't quite believe it. I'm gonna try it. Hi Stu. We might be about to get a sliding Long Yook, like properly stretching tail and shrinking tail. I don't know if it's gonna... Oh, hang on a second, I'm still hard-coding this. Why do I keep doing this? Thank you for the pats. Oh, there's a moth flying in front of me. It's tiny. I'll be ending stream soon, so I will probably save the knees after this. You didn't even use it, but I do need to save the knees. Also, there you go. I just hydrated recently, but I'm gonna do it again. And upload. If it compiles. Which it does.
Next week.
Oh, this looks promising. I just want to see how the tail looks. Oh, we're still passing the hard-coded tail length. Why? Why are we still passing that? Slide. No, she's not slimy. She's soft. Like squishy. Oh my god! It works perfectly! Oh my god! I had the mouse over her the entire time. And she should go back now. Oh my god! That's so cute! And look, the eyes are changing as well. Wait, are they? eyes are not changing actually. Why are the eyes not changing? Oh, it's still not. Wait, where's my line? Where did I copy this from? Oh, I copied it from up there. Let me delete this. I'll delete this as well. Sorry, the eyes were meant to be changing, but I completely forgot to... Well, I just copy and pasted the wrong thing. There we go, I got bitten by the copy and pasting. Earlier I got... We could also make it so that the mouth changes based on her sliding. Or we can make her squint when she slides along. That'd be pretty cute. There, now the eyes are changing. Although obviously they're changing based on the X position, so sometimes they... Yeah. Hi, Misaka! I just choked with excitement from seeing the mace. You know, very quickly, I just want to make like a squee, like eyes closed kind of eyes. I don't know if... I don't know if I'm going to use this, but I just think it'd be really cute to make her look like that while she's sliding along. So... Oh, hang on, I'm drawing in the wrong thing. Really, I want to erase all this. Is this onion skinning? Why am I not seeing the previous frame? Current layer is this. Why am I not seeing the... Why is the onion skinning not showing me the previous thingy? Behind sprite in front of... Oh, there it is. Why would it show it behind sprite? Okay, whatever. Oh, I guess if you've got a lot of transparency. Okay, so this is where the eyes were previously. Bye-bye, Stu! Thank you so much for being here and hydrating and stuff. Let's draw these. Not sure if this is gonna look good. Kinda skewed already, but... Does that look like a squint? It kinda doesn't, does it? Man. It's the wrong number of pixels to make this easy to see. Does that look like a squint? I guess it does. I don't really want it to be symmetrical though, because the face is kind of turned. Okay, that looks really awkward because it looks like they're at different heights. What if... That looks really weird. It looks like she's turning her head to face a lot, and I think that's because of this eye. What's happening? What is this? What have I done? Oh my god, I'm just trying to zoom in. That looks less like she's turning her head, yes. That looks weird. Oh, that's kind of cute. Okay, that's pretty cute. That'll work. That'll work for this. So we want to export this bank from here to here. Just this. Export as just this visible layer. Let's call this eyes underscore squint. Selected. Selection. selected. Yeah, just this. So cute. I hope it doesn't. I hope the smiling face doesn't interact with that badly. Let's put this in here. Eyes squint. And I'm gonna do this thing. There it is. Squint. There it
It's
is.
my humble opinion that the Yook is a cool cat,
Oh.
even if her coding then is at times 30 Celsius.
Yep. What is it right now? Okay, at least it's sub 30. So while she's moving along, like pushing herself along so the X thingy is moving, I'm gonna use this. Oh my god, I didn't. Right. I didn't put that here first. Boop. And the address. Still a problem. Eyes underscore squint is undefined. Is it though? Is it really? Is it? Didn't think it was. Thank you for reconsidering. Let's upload. Hi Kelvin! Hello internet friend, thank you! Hi! Look at this little thing, I think it's about to be even cuter. Oh my god! Okay, that's pretty cute. It looks like the eyes are a bit too low down. It looks a little bit like they're becoming a mustache for some reason. Can I move them up slightly? That looks weird. I mean, it really looks weird though. Okay, that looks even weirder. How does one do this in a way that doesn't look weird? Ah! How do people art? How do people art? That looks so weird. How do people art? Imagine if an actual pixel artist drew the sprites for this. It sort of looks like the eyes are closing down to like a lower. Yeah, it looks like they're closing down to the bottom of the eye because they are. That's not good. But yeah, I hope the Kelvin's doing alright. Maybe this actually paying attention to the previous thing is a good idea. You know what? Let me redraw this. It's almost like that I want it to be. And this should be like closing like that. But that looks ridiculous. Although, kind of cute. But it does look ridiculous. If the eyes were open for the whole movement, then closed for the next. Yeah, probably would be. I should also be slowing her down. It'd also be good if she stayed squinting for a little bit after the moving along before the tail goes in. I mean, I think there should be a pause before the tail goes in anyway, so I should do that. There's not a lot of pixels to work with. Thank you for the pats. This looks so derpy. I mean, it's meant to look derpy, but maybe it's meant to look less derpy in this. Pixelma. Nova, did you see when... Oh, you can see in the top right, I guess. I'm trying to make the squinting look less weird. Is that less weird? Does it even... It's not even recognizable as squinting. She just got magnets for eyes. What the fuck? Oh, the top right of the screen. The little Long Yook sliding along on the LCD. With like the changing eyes. And the tail length and stuff. Ah!
Jeez.
Hi, Bucky. Oh. Thanks. I'm trying to make it more heckin' cute. That looks... Why is it so much bigger on the top? Ah. This looks so bad, man. The fact that she has wonky eyes makes animations look extra silly. Ah!
Please.
Why? Look at this! This is a 1 pixel jump. It's so far. 1 pixel has never made such a difference. It probably has actually. Maybe, but I was trying to make it look like she's exerting herself to move. Like. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Have I been drawing the tail this whole time? No, okay. Yeah, squint like that is easier to do. Why does it give me Pomni vibes? That sound of her trying to get ready to scoot. Let me see what this looks like with the other mouth though. How did the other mouth look? There. Can I just steal this mouth? Okay, that's useful to have that there. The fact that it's only showing the other layer of the eyes is kind of nice. Still on my mouth. It's so hard to tell that it's not coming from, that it's not hair, that it's eyes and not hair. And this long horizontal thing looking next to them. Man, this is... I have so much respect for people who are able to get emotive stuff in such small size screens. Such low resolution stuff. Yeah. This just looks... when you're zoomed out, it looks like the hair is just this. This is what it looks... That's what I'm seeing when zoomed out. Does that mean that I should have this further this way? Maybe. Actually, maybe. But that's gonna look like this eye is going right. We're moving in this direction relative to this eye. The other right. Left. This looks so weird. Let's just keep it like this, I think. This looks so weird still. Ah, this looks even worse than before. What was I using before? Thank you for the pants. Hi, Chris. Here you go. This is one of said rare programmers that can also draw. Hi, Chris. Who also takes commissions. Get shouted out, nerd. So the current eyes can't just be shoved up by one, right? What even were the current eyes? I don't even know. Let's make a backup of them, I guess. I guess I can try shoving them up by one. What's the easiest? I guess I can do it this time. How do I move it? What the fuck? Meme. File export as this thingy. Yes, overwrite. So that's how it would look. It's not too bad. Just make our eyes look very small though. That's basically what I drew actually, isn't it? Just... Yes, this is practically what I drew. I just ended up trying to make it longer. So would that be better? If it's longer? Who knows? Anyway, let's add a small delay before the tail shrinks. And also before it comes out again. So here it will linger on the... So what is your problem with Squint all of a sudden? Why has it gone back to thinking Squint doesn't exist? F12 and it jumps to this. Please, snap out of it, Visual Studio. Look, it compiles. How is it compiling if it doesn't exist? Oh my god, now it does exist. Anyway. People complain about being, quotes, gaslit by things like ChatGPT. Have you ever tried Visual Studio Code? Holy, that thing keeps on telling you that things don't exist when they do. Okay, let's just update the squint eyes, I guess. Bloop. Okay, this is gonna be the last thing I do, I think. On this stream. Hopefully not ever. Oh look, it doesn't exist again. This is so fucking stupid. Let's reopen this. Wait, why didn't I ask if I wanted to save before I exited? Excuse me? Huh? Wait, why did it not ask if I wanted to save? What the hell? How's it magically remembering this file? Where is this file saved? I want it saved on disk. Is there a way that I can turn off that magically remembering? Visual Studio Code. Always ask to save. Suppress? Do you want to save the changes you made? No. No. Absolutely not that one. How to prevent Visual Studio Code from asking me to save other unsaved files. No! I want that. Who knows? Workbench.action. Oh my god, I said this was going to be the last thing and now I'm getting into Visual Studio Code configuration. The stream's going to be 3 hours longer. Ah! Save. Autosave off. Format on save. Format on save mode. Save delay. Conflict resolution. Confirm save untitled workspace. Save before start. Save before run. What about save before exit? Oh my god. Prompt to save. Forget. Can I just prompt to save? Like all the time? Files hot exit. Controls whether unsaved files are remembered between sessions. Allowing the save prompt to be skipped. That's exactly what I want to be off. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Oh my god, it asks. What if I exit all the different ones? Oh my god, it asks. And if I say no? Isn't it crazy that I'm having to like test super basic functionality that programs have had for fucking ages? Okay, it doesn't have a few typed there. Nice, it works. It's able to exit and not save. Ah! Can't believe I had to tell it to not save. Anyway, let's test this. Upload. I also have to manually close this menu because it doesn't close it by itself. So the eyes should be higher and a little bit... Oh my god, that works! That works really well! Okay, that works. That's much more visible. Okay, I'm happy with that. I don't think she's actually going to do that eventually. I mean, she's not always going to be like super happy like this either, but she's not going to be unhappy either. We can also make like the eyes sparkle during the waiting time, I guess. Because that's the only time that we're gonna see these actually, is while she's standing still. So of course the X is never gonna change. So we should probably use the tail length in here, because the tail length is the only thing that's changing this time. Although the tail length is always going between certain things. We could change the length to 8, I guess. Then it's a multiple of 4. Wow! Thank you for the follow, Sis-I-Foss. I'm not quite sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, sorry. And also thank you for letting me know that the follow notification sound is working, because I was a little bit worried earlier. I didn't think it was working. Hoi hoi. Alright, let's just keep it like this, I guess. Just having a look at this. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. So our stretches are going to be slightly longer, 25% longer, or no, 1/3 longer, I guess. 6 to 8. There you go. Now you can see our eyes sparkling. That's pretty nice. Okay, I think that'll do for now. I have a cute Long Yook sliding on the display. I'd say that's a success. Oh, there's an interesting thing happening here where you're not seeing the last slide until after the time has passed. So like she moves... Okay, yeah, let me just... Okay, I see what's happening. this should be happening after we do the things. We should always get the last position. Let's do that there. Because we're seeing her like move one more pixel after the delay. This should fix that. Yep. So cute. Especially since she's pushing harder this time. Like, I mean, sorry, especially since she's stretching longer this time, it makes it look like she's putting more effort into it. She really wants to get to you as quickly as possible. She's so happy to see you. Okay. That'll be all for now. Thank you all so much for hanging out. This was a pretty cool stream. We got there in the end. Nice. I sure as hell wasn't expecting it to do 5 hours long, but it's nice to have done a long stream, I guess. And there actually will have been 3 this week, because I did one on Monday, this is Wednesday, and at the very least I'm going to be playing Half-Life 2 with Myriad Minds on Sunday. Starting from like 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, like 8 hours before now. 8 to 7 hours. Oh, Yusha's playing Repo! This is something that I wanted to play with her, but this is way too late. Even if I were invited, this would be way too late, so... Yeah, you know what? I think I might pass you on to... Should I pass you on to Yusha? Oh, when was the last time I rated Yusha? Who have I rated? Because Bean Kennedy just started as well. Imagine being able to think. See you again next time. Yes, I'll see you. Thank you very much for hanging out, Cabbage. I'm gonna go and get a little food, save the kidneys, and yeah, I guess try to sleep. Also, cool my room down. It's a little bit on the warm side. Wait, wrong way. The shock. Whoops. The shock made me disappear. Thank you for the pants, Bucky. Okay, I think we're gonna go here. No, I just tried to shout out the entirety of the Twitch URL for you. Are you sure that's not gonna work? Now I'm trying to raid shout out to Yuisha, which is interesting. Yeah, so she's kind of doing a debut-a-thon, I guess, as she calls it. Clearly, I don't know why I'm saying I guess. I'm literally reading the stream title. What is wrong with me? Anyway, yeah, she's playing Repo with some friends. I even know one of them. I don't know her. I don't know 50% of the people in this stream. Wow. Okay, here's where we're going. It's probably going to be a bit chaotic, but Repo is a game I really like, and frankly, I should play it again on stream some more. I kind of like doing it solo, but I'm weird like that. I was the same with Lethal Company. X, hi! X, yeah, if you're disappearing, did you see the sliding Long Yook? Look at her up there in the top right. This is like on the real LCD. Anyway, thanks. The raid message could be something like, you know, Long Yook's sliding in. That's gonna be the raid message. Feel free to use this emote if you have access to it, and if you do not, feel free to use the standard worm emoji, which I feel it represents the Long Yook quite well. In which case, you can use this raid message with 3 instead of 2 if you want. Alright, thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna disappear now, and yeah. I'll see you again on Sunday at the latest, but it'd be cool to do another stream before then. Okay, thank you all for being here.